can't beat us, join us, please bring your coinage. We sing 3-pointers, money shots, all net, all vets. Bums we not, jet skiing in them sunny spots. With women edible like gummy drops. Dummy stop, dummy stop. No weapon form can intercept the storm. Once my intellect is on, I'm projecting on magnetic fields and interact with blacks with athletic bills. I'm all about growth and development like residents of Ebbets Fields. Not to choose between woo and chew. We wanna line them colors up like a Rubik's Cube and fade to black, yeah, the truest hue. When you say the black man is God, who you alluded to? The usual, Clarence 13X, a worthy guess. The words expressed come from the word in flesh. Elijah M, the NOI versus Leviathan. Messiah sent from the heavenly branches. 7 P's from since G-Dub cut down the cherry tree. In the wilderness of North Mex, and we flossing death and forced aggression, or forced perception, forced protection, or forced confessions. It's all a lesson. The sorcerers from Corsica, killer tonics, sticks and drums like the Philharmonic Orchestra. You niggas still playing harmonicas from officers, fabric softener. Jive turkeys popping 5 perkies, playing with keys, the Scotch stores type. For that soft white, we could've caught life, just being forthright. First class on my 4th flight, popping out like Fortnite. Every night we lit like porch lights. The meek shall inherit the earth, oh yeah, the scorched type. And these niggas, they some hoes in these streets. Me, I'm 10 toes in these streets. They lost their souls, niggas got holes in their feet. Shit, I'm just worried about the craft and how to perfect it. Not worried about the craft, yeah, that's out of perspectives. Focus on the chip like I'm Robert Kraft, and then how to protect it. It's the waves of the oceans. Get to the money, nigga, save your emotion. Descended of the slaves in the graves in the oceans. Mastermind that the waves is in motions. These niggas, they addicted to the folly, addicted to that molly. Making me a movie, them sticks made of holly. I'm Dr. Manhattan, sitting on top of Manhattan. When I get all 5 rings, snap my fingers and pop up on satin. Dressed in all black, yeah, drop top the Phantom. Bless.
TV.
Peace to the family, peace to you and yours. Peace to the family, peace to you and yours. Welcome, 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 welcome to Know the Ledger 444. You are now rocking with the best. Yes, this is your host for the afternoon, Brother Red Pillar, and I am joined by my special guest, my good brother HERU, OFORI, ATTA. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is going to be a powerful episode. Make sure you have your pens and your pads on deck. All right. Make sure you have pen and pad on deck. This is going to be one of those episodes where you're going to be taking notes and you're going to be doing things that will literally change the course and the projection of your futures. Let's do the roll call. Let's see who's in the building, and then I will be bringing my guest on stage. I see you in the back office, good brother. I will be with you in 1 second. All right. We got Toledo, Ohio in the building. Shout out to Toledo. All right. Salute. Salute to my good brother. Detroit. We got Detroit in the building. Salute to Detroit. What up, though? All right. I know for a fact that I have to do one of these 72-hour boot camps in the Detroit/Chicago area because the support, y'all be in the chat room super deep and whatnot. I'm basing my travels of what we're going to be doing just based off of the people that I see in the chat. That's why I went to North Carolina as the first stop, because the North Carolina family is heavy in here. You know, so definitely the analytics is telling me that Detroit needs to be on the stops. All right. And Ohio as well. North Las Vegas, South Side Houston, Norfolk in the building. We got DC proper. DC, you already know what it is. Bridgeport, Connecticut, VA in the building. Wilmington in the building. Raleigh, North Carolina. Trenton in the building. We got Dothan in the building. Yo, Petty Gibbs, we could do the AI cover. I would love to see that. You know what I'm talking about? Texas in the building. We have Temple Mounds in the building. Okay. Oh, Temple Hills, Maryland. Texas. Flint, T. Dot. Flint in the building. We have East Side. All right. Y'all shout out Copper Moon in the building. Salute to Copper Moon on this good Sunday. All right. Tuscaloosa. To this day. East Side Cleveland, West Side Chicago, San Jose. All right. Shout out to San Jose. Okay. Everybody that was tapped in earlier, we put a replay up there from a show we did 3 years ago, right around this same time. It was called Happy New Year. Make sure y'all go and check out. That is a Pillar Prophecy classic right there. We was dropping so many gems. You would think that we just did a live today. DMV in the building, London in the building. All right. What is EC? Where's that? Is that East Cleveland? EC. Cleveland, definitely in the building. I guess that's what that is. Shout out to Cleveland. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, I want to bring to you none other than our good brother. And if y'all not familiar with him, I'm going to drop the link for the shows that we've done with our good brother HERU, where we were breaking down his research and his demonstration on how he was healing brothers and sisters and bringing them back from the brink of quote unquote death. You know what I mean? This brother has now applied his wisdom and his knowledge and his know-how into the field of finance, so we could be brought back from financial death, financial sickness, because so many of us need a diagnosis when it comes to these finances. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you our brother from another, HERU OFORI ATTA in the building. Good, my brother.
Hey, what's happening, man?
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm productive. How are you?
I'm productive as well. All is well. Just coming back from the gym, feeling good. You know what I'm saying? The blood is flowing, you know, feeling charged up and whatnot. And we're here.
Yeah, man, we're here.
How you been since we last visited one another on the channel? It's been a while. It's been about, I mean, time is moving so fast. I can't even calculate when it was, but it was a minute ago.
It's been real good. You know, your broadcast has a lot of reach, bro.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it has a lot of reach because, unbeknownst to you, so for the listeners, you know, we've talked about, you know, different topics, but one of the main topics that we've covered here is health. And today we're covering wealth, right? And the conversations that we had around health had to do with a lot of the work that I've been doing for the past decade with Herbal Results.
Yes.
There's a company that I founded a decade ago, where we're looking at a first principles approach to healing modern diseases. And so, you know, that would be cancer, high blood pressure, diabetes, autoimmune illnesses such as lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, Hashimoto's disease, Graves' disease, Crohn's disease, so forth and so on. And we've taken a very simple approach to doing that. And from the broadcast that we've had, unbeknownst to you, there have been some listeners who tuned in and contacted me and went ahead and did our protocol. And we've had a few cancer reversals since your last show from your listeners, man. So, yeah. So,
are they on that testimonial page?
Yeah, we have some coming. There's a breast cancer, prostate cancer reversal that will be coming up. These were listeners of your show, and just for people to know, just so we can get into like evidence, right? Because you know, my style is that I don't like to just talk. I like to show. As the nation of gods and the earth say, show and prove, right?
Show and prove.
So what I like to do is I like to show and prove everything that I talk about. So even when I do my lectures on health, I always bring the scientific studies. So what I'm going to do, just real quick for your listeners, before we get into this financial conversation and investing conversation, and I'm going to show people my modality, and I'm going to show you all my charts and everything. So it's going to be quite transparent. I'm going to show you all how I do what I do. The same thing with my health approach. I show people step by step how cancer gets reversed, how high blood pressure gets reversed, how diabetes gets reversed. I don't believe in hoarding information. I believe that information is for the people, and we document it. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share the screen.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, so one of the things I do is I'm a reggae selector. And yeah. So yesterday I was in a mood to just play reggae music for whoever wanted to listen. So I just went on live.
Wait, you a real DJ? You mean like
yeah, I'm a selector.
I have a sound system background.
Yeah. So I play roots reggae music. I
Midnight and all that.
Yeah, Midnight, Bob Marley. Like Deep, Barrington Levy, Ijaman Levy, Barry Brown, Dennis Brown, like deep reggae, Nasio Fontaine, Alpha
Snoop
Blondie.
Lion.
Not really Snoop Lion, we deal with more,
You got dub plates? Yeah, you have dub plate?
Yeah, I have dub plates and all of that.
Me have a sound clash. Yo, I got some classic Addies.
Oh, okay.
Kilimanjaro. I got some bass Odyssey.
Okay.
Stone Love that man.
I didn't know you were moving like that.
Me a Flatbush youth them. You know what I'm talking about? Babyface, Tony Mataran, and King.
All right.
I have to send you the classics. I was in Biltmore, Tilden, Caribbean Dome. I'm bred from that cloth.
Okay. I didn't know all that about you, man. So that's good to know.
Flatbush veteran.
Yeah, man. So yesterday I decided to just rinse some just foundational roots reggae music. And I just let people call in through StreamYard, and surprise call was somebody who'd been taking the Herbal Results products, and she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And had been taking the products, and I think it was last year, April, she was given 4 months to live.
Wow.
And so she was supposed to die in August of last year. And, she called the show yesterday and, gave her testimony and talking about she feels great. The cancer that had spread to her hips and her bones is completely gone. She feels great. And, we talked extensively yesterday during the show. It was just, she just happened to call into the show. So we get these testimonials from people that I don't even know are taking the products. And, we're able to affect people all over the world. And I just wanted to salute you for your show, because your show has brought a lot of attention to what we're doing at Herbal Results. So what I want to do,
I want to bring more attention.
Yeah, man. I want
to share something with you as well on how you changed my trajectory, because I'm taking a page out of your book. And if anybody gets on this stage, they have to, your standards are the new standards that has been set. I have to see empirical proof. I need receipts. I need testimonials.
Yeah.
I went to an event that you had in Atlanta a few months ago. This wasn't a year ago. I'm not that crazy. It was in
October.
Came in October. You brought 5 people on stage, melanated grandmothers, men, fathers, grandfathers, uncles. And the way that they got up there and talked about how your herbs brought them back to life. I was in that audience. A brother tapped me and said, "Yo, Red, I was listening. I brought my mom's to get her treatment based off of the shows that I heard. Thank you, brother. My mother would never listen to me about anything. But when I showed her the page with the testimonials, here she goes." And she was sitting there soaking up all your information. They had the products and everything. So what I want to say is the fact that you are saving lives and you're doing it in such a transparent, open way, my brother. There's so much that I want to do to help push that message forward. You feel me?
Yeah, man.
We might even have to do this health thing more regular and whatnot, because I don't want to make it a fly by night type of thing. But yeah, my brother, you are doing God's work, right? I want to salute you. I want to definitely let you know, because you know I bear witness. I was in that audience bearing witness to the fact that you were out here bringing people back from hospice. The man said he had brain cancer.
Yeah.
And he was up there talking big boy shit. Like, yeah, I'm good. Like, he was looking good and everything. So that's the real miracle work. Like, imagine if the Rastafarian community was filled up with healers like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all of our communities, all the different sects of, you know, however Black folks want to define ourselves, or even other people, man. Like right now, we've got a distributor in South America who's doing some good work. Big up to Carlos. He called into the show yesterday. He's in El Salvador. So we're spreading the products and the information all around the world. And, you know, I'm not going to say that, you know, we are the only ones with the only solution. What we're saying is that we have proven results. And what we're doing is we're setting a standard. And the standard that we're setting is a standard of receipts. So whether you're a medical practitioner or a nurse or a herbalist or, you know, somebody into homeopathy or whatever type of field you're in health,
Yes.
you should be able to present people that have gone through your products or your regimen, and they should be able to give full-blown testimonials. And what I mean by that is it's not like these products are great, I'm not sick anymore, Karen in Houston, you know, like you know, a writing or something like that. It has to be, you know, video where you can see the person's face, they're stating their name, even how old they are, you know, their profession, how you can find them, and then let them tell their story. And this has to be the standard. This is the standard of evidence that I believe medical doctors need to present. So if you have cancer and you go into an oncologist, you have a right to ask the oncologist, who are the last few people that you've treated in the last 12 months,
right,
who have gotten reversals? And what I mean by reversals, no evidence of disease, no NED diagnosis. Who have you treated with your chemotherapy or your radiation or your, you know, surgery or your immunotherapy? Because that's the only 4 things they usually have for you. Who's done your program and has come out, you know, cancer free? Can I get their phone number and can I contact them? And what we do at Herbal Results is that people, we don't only just give them the video testimonials, which is usually over an hour long, people telling their stories. Whether it's breast cancer, whether it is prostate cancer, which I've been getting a lot of prostate cancer, man. A lot of people, a lot of brothers calling me with prostate cancer. We could do a special show just on prostate cancer, man.
I believe, I don't want to cut your wisdom.
Yeah.
I believe hip hop just lost another legend. It was a form of cancer. If it wasn't prostate, it was the other one, pancreas, I believe.
Yeah, pancreatic cancer.
Yeah, the brother Power from Wu-Tang, 52, a millionaire, multi-millionaire. You know, Wu-Tang been rocking since 92. So and he's management. So I can imagine how much wealth he accumulated. And it's like, how at 52, you like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's serious, man. Like just last week, I think I had about 12 people contact me about prostate cancer, you know, and I have to walk them through the whole program, but it's serious, man. And so, I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to show and prove to people, and people can take it from there and contact us if you're sick with any of these problems. You know, the top killers of people in the United States is, number 1 is heart disease. Number 2 is cancer. Number 3 is iatrogenics, which is death by medical error. And then number 4 is respiratory illnesses. And after that would be diabetes. So it's herbalresults.net. It's not herbalresults.com. It's .net. If you go to .com, you won't see it. So you got to go to .net. Okay. But what I want to do is I want to share it. Will you allow this to be shared?
Yes.
My brother?
Gotcha.
Yeah, so this is the website, y'all. Y'all just go here. Just go to herbalresults.net. And when you go, just go to testimonials page. Testimonials page is the first place that you should go, not to the shop page. So I'm less interested in you buying products than I am in you actually learning. And the best way to learn is to hear the testimonials and the story and the interviews I do with people who've reversed their situations. And so our first section is cancer tumor reversals. So here you see, prostate cancer here with this brother here, stage 3. This is stage 4, esophageal cancer, Zach Richardson out of Tallahassee. He was given 90 days to live. We have a sister, Tabia Yutunde, stage 3, uterine endometrial cancer, reversed. She tells her story. This is breast cancer reversed at the Virgin Islands, Velma Samuel, another Virgin Islands, Dr. Charles Harrigan, who had prostate cancer. PSA levels went from 5.9 to 0.45. 2 months. We've got stage 4 breast cancer here. We've got stage 4 liver cancer here. Mitzi and Jimmy Smith out of Louisiana. We've got a medical doctor talking about using antiparasitics and also our olive leaf extract. Stage 4 lung cancer had spread to his brain. And he talks about it in depth. And this is a very long interview. We do about maybe an hour and a half because we get into a lot of medical jargon, but it's very, very educational. Anyone should just, press play on that. This is Ron Bush, who's now a friend of mine, Uncle Ron. He came to me, one of my lectures, told me he had stage 4 lung cancer, had spread to his brain with about 9 tumors in his brain and went to his spine and his back. And within 2 months, we were able to get a no evidence of disease diagnosis from him.
2 months?
Yeah, and he tells his story. Ron Bush, we've got Kwejo Tukumbo, who is the webmaster for bbtumi.com. And he came to me, he had prostate cancer diagnosis. We got that out of there in a few months as well. And this is adenocarcinoma, stage 4. We've got, this is one of the brothers who was at the Atlanta event as well.
Yeah.
Rodney Merriweather with prostate cancer. The sister here, Jay Renee, stage 4. She was at the Atlanta event as well. She gave her testimonial. Stage 4 liver cancer. This is a very recent prostate cancer reversal we got from Peter Williams. A friend of mine who's a musician told me, you got to speak to my uncle. He's got prostate cancer. Spoke to him last year. He decided not to do anything, chemotherapy or anything, because he had friends who went through it and it didn't come out very good for them. The surgery, the way to take out your prostate, you have to wear a diaper for the rest of your life. He decided he didn't want to do that and tried the herbal results protocol. And within 2 to 3 months, he was declared cancer-free. And we recently interviewed him, so people can check that out. And then we have the high blood pressure and diabetes reversal stories as well. And these are not like written interviews; these are videos. Right. So like I could just press, I can press play, and you'll see the brothers talking. You'll see the sisters talking, and these are full interview. This is a 2.5-hour interview of a brother who had diabetes. His blood sugar was as high as 684.
Woo!
And his A1C went from 13 to 6.4 in just 5 weeks by just using a first principles approach, using our products, changing his diet. And we were able to reverse his diabetes, which he's had for over 25 years in his life. And then this is high blood pressure, diabetes as well, reversal, high cholesterol reversal. This brother was going to get his foot amputated. You can see the hole in his foot here. He took the products, stuck with our dietary recommendations of the ketogenic diet, and then look how his foot healed. But they actually had him in his hospital to amputate his foot. And we were able to avoid that by just dealing with his blood sugar issue, which is just an insulin resistance issue. And I mean, it goes on. I mean, I could take all day going through these, but just for people to know how to navigate epileptic seizures as well, we've been able to reverse that. So yeah, what's your question, bro?
Do you have like flyers and posters and things? Like, I'm only asking because I want to send this to some of my street team that are in different states, so they could basically, like, I want to wear a shirt that says herbalresults.net on it. So you know what I mean? These are things that people
we got shirts
put in front of their face every day.
Yeah, on the website we got shirts. So if you go to the website, people will see my book. So I've written a book. This is the title of the book: The Successful Eradication of Cancer Using an Intercellular Parasite Theory.
Beautiful.
And the book is full of It's full of scientific studies. For the first chapter, we have about probably 150 scientific studies on the parasitic theory of cancer. And then we have the testimonials on the second chapter from all over the world, people with reversals using anti-parasitics. Then we have the full protocol that we developed, the herbal results. And people can just download that. It is it's in digital book, so you'll be able to download it, have anywhere in the world. You know, you purchase the download and it just comes straight to your computer. These are our products, of course. This is our olive leaf extract. That's our flagship product. This is a new product that I created called Starve Cancer and Parasites, which is curcumin with piperine, berberine, and green tea extract. And there's a whole science behind why I created that, which you probably can go into another time. But then
yeah, we definitely gonna have a health show coming up. We gotta have that, you know. But this is a New Year's gift for my audience, ladies and gentlemen. No better way to start the new year, but with a conversation about health and wealth. I would rather talk to you about nothing but this. This is how you start a new year. This is how you create a new you. So as you can see, the brother has highly affordable prices because it's wild expensive to be sick these days. It's very, very expensive to be unhealthy, right? So I would even get this as a gift. I would even get this as a precautionary. I would just have this in a medicine cabinet. So when Shorty comes over and she checked the medicine cabinet, yeah, she gonna see the olive leaf extract and all of that sitting right there waiting for her. You know what I mean?
Definitely,
we killing parasites.
Yeah, definitely, you know what I mean? And you know, we got vitamin D as well that we make for people because most of our people are deficient in vitamin D. And then it's a very potent vitamin D. It's a vegan vitamin D. We also have magnesium, zinc, and selenium. These two items are for the immune system.
Real quick,
most people got very, very lowered immune system. Go ahead.
Real quick, could we talk about how men who ejaculate a lot or are sexually active, right, are lacking magnesium, zinc, and selenium every time they let one go, and also how essential vitamin D is for building up our quote unquote auric field and our defenses, please.
I mean, just very quickly, the main fuel for the human immune system is vitamin D. That's the main fuel, and we get it from the sun and it's processed through the skin. But you also need cholesterol. That's why statin drugs are, you know, a problem, because it lowers cholesterol, and then you end up getting low vitamin D. Most Black folks living in North America are vitamin D deficient. Usually have vitamin D numbers below 50. And most Black folks that I know actually have vitamin D numbers below 20, particularly during the winter time. I always tell the sister, there's a story of a sister who contacted me a couple months ago, and she had Hashimoto's disease. Hashimoto's disease means that you have hypothyroidism, which means that your thyroid gland isn't producing enough hormone. And it's called an autoimmune disease, right? So when they tell you have an autoimmune disease, that means that something's wrong with your immune system. And the first thing that should be checked is your vitamin D levels, which typically is not checked. So I asked her, you know, did they check your vitamin D levels? And of course they said no. She said no. I said, I want you to get your vitamin D levels checked immediately. And she went and got her vitamin D levels checked. And a few days later, she got back to me, bro, and her vitamin D levels was 2. And so what they tell you is that what normal vitamin D is between 50 and 100. I actually think that's too low. That's a whole nother conversation that I'd have to explain, because at 150, we start seeing diseases get reversed. I have all the studies to show that. We have books by Dr. Harold Shell, who saw the reversal of glaucoma and autoimmune diseases when the levels were 150 nanograms per milliliter. But I realized that this is a big problem that we have. We're not out in the sunshine. So instead of just complaining about it, I went ahead and got it made for our people. So it's 1,000 IUs per drop, not per dropper, one drop of our vitamin D is 1,000 IUs, right? So it's very potent. And we also has vitamin K2. And what K2 does, it takes any excess calcium and delivers it directly to your bones to make your bones stronger. So it's a very good product. But when you take vitamin D, you also need to take magnesium along with it. And so magnesium is very important. And my brother, what you would find out is that almost everybody who has cancer,
Yes,
diabetes, and high blood pressure, I'd say over 90% of people are deficient in magnesium, zinc, selenium, and vitamin D. Like over 90% of people with these diseases are deficient in those four things: vitamin D, magnesium, zinc, and selenium. So what I did was I just created the products to reverse that problem, right? So now what we're finding is that these illnesses, the body cannot help repair itself when you are deficient in nutrients that your body needs, because illnesses are only coming from two places. They're coming from toxic inputs or not enough nutritive inputs. And so we create the nutritive inputs for you with our magnesium, zinc, and selenium. We make it very potent. Like, it's extremely potent. And we're able to create a situation where now your immune system has all the nutrients it needs so it can fight for you. Most of us are sick because our immune systems are not up to par.
it's compromised.
It's completely compromised. You know what I'm saying? So we found out where all of the different gaps are, and we attempt to fill the gaps, right? And so we've created the products to fill these gaps, like Vitex right here for women. Most women are having these gynecological problems because they are estrogen dominant. They have too much estrogen in their blood, and that comes from the food source. If you eat a lot of vegan, vegetarian women eat tofu, and they eat soy products, and it's a phytoestrogen. It creates too much estrogen in the blood. Estrogen is an inflammatory hormone. And so what happens is you got too much estrogen, you don't have enough of the balancing hormone, which is progesterone. And so what happens when you become estrogen dominant, it leads to endometriosis, menstrual cramps that are just completely debilitating, excessive bleeding, infertility, fibroids, ovarian cysts, uterine cysts, all these types of things that we would call gynecological issues. 90% of the time are due to the fact that your hormones are off, where you have too much estrogen. The estrogen is also coming from chicken, because when you do factory chicken, they inject all of the chicken with estrogen so that the chicken grow faster, because they sell female chickens. They don't sell male chickens. They sell female chickens.
And not selling roosters.
With estrogen. Yeah, they sell them pumped with estrogen so that they grow faster in a shorter amount of time. And remember, they sell by the pound. And so the fatter you can make the chicken in a quicker amount of time is the more profit that you're able to get. So you got a lot of women who, through the dietary habits, have a buildup of estrogen, and this buildup of estrogen and not having enough progesterone leads to these gynecological issues, which they're not told about. So when you walk in, you particularly if you're a Black woman, you walk into the hospital, they're dying to give you a hysterectomy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
and there's a bonus attached to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said it. Like, if you're a Black woman and you go to the hospital for like a toothache, they're gonna suggest a hysterectomy for you. You got like you stump your toe, they're gonna say, "Hey, you want a hysterectomy?" They're handing it out like Happy Meals. Fact. And so what we're doing is we're solving this problem by making a herb called chasteberry, which is also named Vitex, which creates natural progesterone. So that herb causes the body to create natural progesterone. When that progesterone is created by also cutting out the phytoestrogen plants, which is soy is number one, the chicken in terms of foods is number two, and then actually the biggest phytoestrogenic plant is flaxseed. A lot of people don't know it. Yeah, flaxseed is a huge phytoestrogen. And it affects a lot of men too, this estrogen buildup, where men are starting to get breasts and men are getting swollen prostates and libido issues because they're actually eating estrogen in their food.
It's no balance of testosterone.
Exactly. So what we're doing is we are solving that problem by having Vitex available. It's very strong, very powerful. We've actually had customers who were told they cannot have children anymore because of the problem of being estrogen dominant. Here's the thing. Here's how it becomes an aha moment. You know what a birth control pill is?
A bunch of estrogen.
It's a bunch of estrogen. So estrogen, too much estrogen will make you infertile. Right. So when these women are told that they're infertile, it's because they're estrogen dominant and they don't have enough progesterone to balance out the estrogen. So guess what happens when they start taking the Vitex? All of a sudden now they can have children. And guess what? This is a $25 bottle that completely undercuts the whole business of in vitro fertilization, which can cost $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 for a woman. And
brother, man, I was just about to ask you, how do you manage to keep your prices so low? Because I'm looking at the prices and compared to other people, and I'm not going to put nobody out there, but there's a lot of people out here that are charging 20x and 10x these prices and whatnot. And I don't think they're even doing half of the results that you have, because I don't see the testimonials at the rate that you are delivering them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have a formula that I use for cost and profit. And so like once I see my certain costs, so I mean, we can get into a business conversation with people. So here's a business conversation. And this is a whole separate conversation that we can have. We can have a whole show based on business. But
well, I'm gonna change the title of this to Happy New Year's Health and Wealth.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna get to we're gonna get to the main topic.
No, this is the main topic. Okay. It is still, this is wealth right here. This is the main wealth. You know what I mean? Okay. This health is wealth. But we're gonna cover everything. You feel me?
Okay. So
and I do have some questions out of the audience that I will ask you as well.
Okay, yeah. So in business, when it comes to manufacturing and selling products, and everyone who's interested in business, I would advise you get into a product-based business as opposed to a service-based business. Unless now you can use an AI agent maybe for service-based businesses, but service-based business requires you to be present, and you really only make money when you're awake. Whereas a product-based business, you make money in your sleep. And it doesn't require your physical labor. So for instance, I have friends who are mechanics and they're getting older, and how long are they going to be under cars and lifting engines and what have you? And then your doctor is a service-based business. You're only making money when you're in the office. Service-based businesses are too labor intensive. And then you've got to train people to kind of do the same quality work that you do. But a product-based business, you're making money in your sleep. So for instance, my website, I have products and I have a third-party shipper. So I don't even touch my products. And so when people order, the warehouse does all the shipping for me. So I don't have to even touch anything. I just make sure that everything is made according to my formulas. And then I have customer service that, when people have questions. But when we're talking about prices, this is how it goes. It is the rule of 5. So if you have a product, and let's just say it costs you $5 to make the product, like the full cost to make it is $5. You should sell it for at least $25. That's the rule of 5.
Right.
The reason why you have to sell it, so if you sell it for less than 5 times your production cost, there's a lot of problems that happen, and you're going to have problems with wholesalers. So you have your retail price of $25, but then you have other people who might want to sell your product and they want to eat off that product. So you need to have a nice spread. So for instance, if it's $5 to make the product and you sell it for $25, or let's just say $6, so I can work with 30 and we can just do the math a lot easier instead of 25. So let's say it's $6 and you sell it for 30. Well, you can then sell it to your retailers, to your wholesalers for 60% of that price so that they make a 40% spread, which is a great amount for them to make. So for instance, if you're selling for $30 retail, you can now sell it to, let's say, Whole Foods or some other third party for 18, and then they can make $12 spread because of the fact that you marked it up by 5. Okay. So that is the rule that I use. What that's allowed me to do is I don't mark it up by 10 or by 20. The reason is because I believe in volume. You see, if you have a lot of people are greedy, so they might mark it up by 10 or by 20. So instead of selling it for $30, even though their cost of production is $6, they'll sell it for $60, right? And what happens is that you might sell, let's say, 100 units, right? So that person made a revenue of $6,000, 60 times 100. So they made $6,000, right? But they got it in 100 people's hands. Now, follow me on this. Let's now say that I sold it for 30 instead of 60, right? That's my 5X, my 30 from $6. And let's just say that I got it in 200 people's hands now because it's more affordable. I made the same $6,000 revenue, right? But guess what happened? My product is in 200 people's houses while this other person's product is in 100 people's houses. So if my product is a good product now, guess what happened? 200 people have now become my advertisers by word of mouth. 200 people can now say, hey, this Herbal Results product reversed my diabetes, reversed my high blood pressure, reversed. The word spreads a lot faster. So even though me and that other person who marked it up double my markup have made the same revenue, I've gotten more advertising from just keeping my price more affordable. But we made the same revenue. But so guess what happens when you start now dealing with what you call economies of scale? When you deal with economies of scale, you're able to grow your business a lot faster, and you start dealing with what you call velocity of money. Right. So when you start dealing with the economic health of any system, whether it is a household, a neighborhood, a community, a nation, you deal with velocity of money. And velocity of money says that the quicker that money exchanges hands from transaction to transaction, right, is the more robust your economy. But if it takes a long time for money to change hands, you get a retarded economy. So I believe in velocity of money, and keeping my prices at that level allows me to deal with a more robust economy in a better cash flow situation, because more people are going to buy my products per day than the other person's products. And then the other thing too is we don't advertise at Herbal Results. I don't spend any money on advertising like Facebook ads or anything. Everything is word of mouth, because what I came to find out is if you have a superior product that's actually solving people's problems, your satisfied customers will be your marketing team. Facts. Right? So all of our money that we make from Herbal Results is spent on research and development and creating new products to solve unique problems. Because if you have a great product, your satisfied customers who love you because of what you've done for them, they will shout on the mountaintops about your product. So if you focus on excellence, you don't need to do marketing.
Are y'all hearing this? Hold on, my brother. And are y'all taking notes? Because for real, you're receiving a masterclass. By a show of hands, put a 1 in the chat if these herbalists that popped up out of nowhere are basically raping the hood and overcharging the people with not a lot of results. Please put a 1 in the chat if in this post Dr. Sebi reality that we live in, a bunch of charlatans have popped up in the community, all on YouTube, all around, and they are scraping the people, and they're not giving them what they paid for. Let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, so anyone who wants to do business, your focus should be on excellence, where your product that you're creating should be able to stand head and shoulders above any other product in the world. So therefore, your labeling has to be great. You should have barcodes on your products. This is a whole conversation we can have another time in terms of really the proper way to put a product in the market. And what you do is just go to a place like Whole Foods and can your product be next to a similar product in the Whole Foods where we catch people's eye? That should be your standard. We only care about the gold medalist. We only care about the person who's, everyone knows about Usain Bolt. No one knows about the silver medalist. You understand? So we should always strive to be number one. If whatever we're doing, we should be number one. So we should look at, okay, who's dominating in this field? Who has the best products in this field? And what can I do to bring more value to the marketplace? That should be your only question. And once you do that and you successfully do that, I guarantee you, particularly when it comes to the realm of health, because either it works or it doesn't. Either somebody's blood pressure was 180 over 120 and you were able to get it down to 130 over 80, or you weren't.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like the numbers are numbers. The numbers are numbers. Either someone's blood cancer, or their tumor was 2 centimeters and now it's 0.5 centimeters, or it's not, or it's gone, or it's not. You see what I'm saying? So the health field is actually really easy, because for me it's easy because either it works or it doesn't, and we can use numbers to actually, it's no longer an opinion. So either someone has a blood sugar of 200 or they have a 98. And if your product was able to get them to the 98, then you can document that and the person will tell their story. Like either it works or it doesn't. That's the bottom line. Whereas it's not like, I prefer a red dress over a blue dress, right? That's just a matter of opinion, right? But when you start dealing with science, it's about numbers. And really, a lot of times when we get into these conversations amongst our people, we get into a lot of arguments and debates. But I rarely get into arguments with people because I deal with numbers.
Facts.
Right? Numbers rule the world. Everything else, as in what we say in Africa, you just practice in English. Right? So either someone's blood pressure numbers went down or they didn't. Either someone's blood creatinine numbers for their kidney function went down or up. Like, this is clear. Either the person has cancer tumors still or they don't. Either, it shrunk or it, expanded. So what we do at Herbal Results is we're just documenting this. We're keeping a library that's going to live forever, so that like 200 years from now, just like what our ancestors did with the pyramids, they have evidence of our greatness. And so my job now is I'm just documenting the results at Herbal Results. And so 100, 200 years from now, when our great-great-grandchildren say, what were y'all doing to deal with cancer, in 2020s? I can say, well, this is what we had at Herbal Results. Here's the testimonials. This is what we were doing. Whether the mainstream media wants to pick up on it or not, people are being healed quietly. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm a very happy man. And so it gives me a lot of opportunity to do all different types of things, man. So it's like, that's why I have the time to actually learn. Because, when you become of age, man, you start asking questions, particularly if you're Black in this world. You start asking how did we get into this situation? How do we get out of this situation? Right? And then you start finding out that once you get past history, politics, and all that, which a lot of it becomes subjective, you have to start dealing with, engineering and physical sciences and mathematics, theoretical mathematics and measurements. And this is what rules the world. And what happens is when we start talking about math and science on a serious level, people get really quiet because there's nothing really to debate when you start dealing with numbers. See, most people love to argue when numbers aren't involved, but numbers speak for themselves. And so when I start talking about, like, we want to talk about the development of Africa, some people talk about like socialism, capitalism, this and that, blah, 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 blah. I like to talk about engineering. You see what I'm saying? And then it gets quiet. So like the debates that we should be having, if we're serious people, is okay, most Black people are tropical people. The majority of Black people on earth live in tropical environments, whether it's the Caribbean, South America, Africa. And so the question becomes, if we want to solve our problems around being dependent on other people, the first thing is industrialization, right? Because now you're able to make everything that you need. Well, what is industrialization? It's about really the number of factories that you have per square mile. Not the number of churches you have, not the number of nightclubs you have, not the number, it's the number of factories that you have per square mile. And what keeps factories running? Electricity. And so the question for us is, when are our people going to get serious about harnessing our tropical environment for electricity? And that would be solar energy. So when we start getting serious as a people, we're going to start talking and having debates. Like one of the debates that what I dream of having
was that
a passionate debate on Know the Ledge radio and Know the Ledge TV.
Let's go.
On what is better, monocrystalline solar panels or polycrystalline solar panels? That's the debates we should be having.
You want me to set it up?
You understand what I'm saying?
You want me to set it up?
We should be having conversations about engineering, like what is best for our environments in terms of electricity. When we start having those conversations, then the people around us will know these are serious people. Look what Iran is doing to America and Israel right now.
Smacking them.
Is because they are very serious people in terms of intellectualism and technology and science.
Oh my goodness.
They wouldn't have been able to do it without having a very serious scientific and engineering class. And this is what happened in China.
The majority of PhDs in that country blew my mind. I had no idea.
Yeah.
These are some serious people.
It's very serious. And we're going to have to be that and more. You know what I'm saying? There's a book that people should look at. It's an older book, probably 20 years old now. It's called The World is Flat. It's written by a dude named Thomas Friedman, but everyone should read it. He talks about the taking over of Asia in terms of the world. And what he noticed was that, like in Asia, whenever giants in technology like Steve Jobs or whatever would come to China to speak, they would have to book a stadium, a soccer stadium, because the young people would line up, just like how young people line up for the new Air Jordans. They would line up overnight in like a mile-long line just to be able to hear Steve Jobs talk in China, right? These are people who are taking their future very seriously in terms of technology. Anyone who's been to China recently knows that when you go to China, you go to places like Shanghai, it literally looks like you're in the future. While America is getting dilapidated, like people have to understand the future is for those who are prepared for it. And the future and power is run by those who are scientifically inclined and masters of engineering. And until our people get to that level of serious, we'll always be a subservient race of people. But this is the bottom line. Until we actually start taking that seriously and we want to debate history and politics, we're not even ready for those conversations. Not until we have our own factories and our own, like engineers, like it should be required. Like before you can talk, you have to have some type of scientific or mathematical competence, because mathematical
the arrogance in this community and just this whole, just the arrogance is outstanding. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
I blame the internet and other things for that, but the arrogance and the lack of accountability and I played a video today for 3 years old on my show before you came on. It was from 3 years ago. And I literally played it just so people can see how slow we're moving as a people. The information that I put out, people were like, yo, is this from today? And it just goes to show black people have not moved one iota since 3 years ago. We still stuck. We still moving like turtles and whatnot. But they'll sit around and they'll beat on their chest and whatnot, and they'll act like they got it all figured out, like they're really doing something. And then they be like, we don't need to build nothing because we're tired. We've been building things for 10, 20 generations. If you don't get out of here with that, I'll pack you up so quick. If I hear somebody say that around me, like it's not, you know what I mean? It really triggers me. It
Yeah,
really triggers me, the
no,
lack
it's
of
real.
accountability and the lack of just getting really busy that our people, but they're the first ones to really try to pull up on you and pull cards. They, you know what I mean? They talk crazy, they talk slick, and it's like, bro, what?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And it's like, so I mean, we're gonna get into this, and this is how we're gonna get into this conversation. I was just ending because you had talked about the t-shirts. So here's t-shirts we got here, man. Like, hypertension reversed.
Ooh, with the QR code on it. You're a
Yeah,
genius.
yeah. Diabetes reversed, cancer eradicated. So, a lot of the people who've gotten good results with cancer reversals with us, they buy this shirt and they'll walk around cancer eradicated. You go to the grocery store and someone sees you and you can just click the QR code. It takes you straight to the website. So that's what we have. This is exactly what you were referring to. We have things like this vitamin D. Flu season is actually low vitamin D season, right? We try to educate with the t-shirts that we have. So, people can definitely get the t-shirts, walk around with the t-shirts and educate people. But let's get into the topic. I'm happy to get into this topic, man, because what it's going to do is going to give people actionable information, right? The topic is how to financially prepare and profit in time of war. So here's the deal, y'all. And I hope y'all are listening carefully. There are 4 types of knowledge. Okay? Listen carefully what I'm about to say. There's 4 types of knowledge. 1, there's lack of knowledge, which is ignorance. Right? Most people are unaware that they're ignorant. Most people think that they're smarter than what they are, right? Because people have their ego attached to everything that they do. But when it comes to the world, most people have not traveled. Most people have not left the country that they're in, but they have a world view. But you can't have a world view if you haven't really traveled the world.
See the world, right?
Right. So you have what you call a local view, right? Okay. So you have a lot of ignorance. And then number 2, there's what you call knowledge in error, right? So you have the wrong information. Okay. And there's so many, there's knowledge in error. There's so many, like someone would say, Africa doesn't have any cities. Or something like that. I'm just gonna bring it up, right?
Right. They needed to see I Show Speed in Africa.
Right.
I didn't know they had any cities.
Yeah, Africa doesn't have any cities, right? Africa only has huts. That's knowledge in error. So that's not even ignorance. That's just being wrong, right? Okay.
Right.
And then what you have, what I call static knowledge or paralytic knowledge. That is that you do have knowledge about something, but it's non-actionable. So a Bible verse, or a verse in the Quran, or a John Henry Clark quote, or a Malcolm X quote, or a rap song, right? So you do have knowledge of something, but it's not actionable. That's what I call paralytic knowledge. Or static knowledge, that which doesn't create any motion, which we'll find a lot of our people trapped into paralytic knowledge. Those are the people you're talking about who are the know-it-alls.
Right.
They're the know-it-alls, but they have very little to show for what they know.
Right.
In their lives. Like you could just look in their lives and, people want to follow people based on having lives that are exemplary. But most people spout knowledge that is paralytic and think that they should have people follow them. But then when you look at their lives, their home life is in disarray. They don't have their economics together and they don't have their health together. You get what I'm saying?
Fact.
The knowledge that they have is paralytic knowledge. And then the 4th knowledge is what I call kinetic knowledge. This is kinetic knowledge is the only knowledge that matters. That is knowledge that you can act upon that improves your life for the fact that you know that knowledge. So there's information that you have that doesn't lead to kinetic knowledge.
I like it.
Right?
Love it. Yeah.
There's information that's basically like people who know trivia. Like you know trivia. But
Right.
that doesn't change your life in any material way for you or your family. And that becomes paralytic knowledge, which most people get trapped in level 3. Level 4 is where everyone should want to go. So the only knowledge that matters is that knowledge which is movable and transformable to something in flesh or something moving. This is what we call kinetic knowledge. Okay. This is why we're having this conversation today. So a lot of people follow the news every day, right? Some people follow a form of news that you might call celebrity news, right?
Facts.
That is knowing everything about Jay-Z and Beyonce. That's knowledge, but is it kinetic? The only way that that would be kinetic is if you had basically a website where you monetize gossip, like DJ Vlad. So his gossip knowledge does become kinetic in terms of improving his financial standing. Whatever you might think of, men gossiping, he was able to monetize it. So in some ways it's kinetic. But the majority of people who focus on, you'll see it on Facebook, you see it on Instagram, people literally debating the lives of celebrities and arguing and losing friendships over celebrity stuff. This is what you call static paralytic knowledge. There's also another level of static paralytic knowledge with people who study politics. So they'll get into debates and arguments about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or Donald Trump and this and that, and they'll post all day about it and engage all day, but nothing's come out of that for them. Whatever you think of Donald Trump, your opinions literally don't matter in terms of what Donald Trump actually does, as if Donald Trump cares about what you think. Right? Because there are people who follow every single thing that Donald Trump does, and they'll post, this is what he said today, the outrage of today, right? And then when the Democrats in power, they'll do, they might support the Democratic Party,
Yeah.
but nothing really reflects in their life from all of this knowledge that they have about this particular politician.
Right.
Is what you call paralytic knowledge. There are some people who are watching this war that's happening with United States, Iran, and they're following everything. They could tell you everything about it, but it hasn't benefited their life or the life of their family in any way from them being able to quote what the latest post Donald Trump made about the war or Pete Hegseth or what have you. It doesn't affect their life in any way, and actually they're losing time.
Right.
Right? Because they still got bills to pay, and nothing that they're interested in or focused on gives them any financial advantage in any type of way. Just the ego stroke of saying, I know more than you about the news of the day.
Right.
Okay. Today, based on your topic, we're going to talk about using the information and the knowledge of what's happening in this war to transform that knowledge into kinetic knowledge.
I love that, son. Kinetic knowledge.
And
I'm gonna change my thing to kinetic know the ledge.
Right. So
Straight up.
And I'm going to go into real things. You know what I'm saying? So here's the bottom line, right? I trade Forex. I'm self-taught in all of this. I didn't go to school for it. I taught myself it, just using first principles thinking approach. And I can explain what first principles is, for those who might be interested. But it's a way of thinking about problems. Any problems where you have like relationship problems with your woman, you got problems with people at work, you got problems in engineering, problems in mathematics, problems in science, problems in health, problems in finances. First principles approach allows you to cut out all the noise and go straight to the problem. So what first principles does, first principles thinking asks you really two things: is one, in whatever problem set, what are the immutable truths of this problem set? So if you have an engineering problem or what have you, and I bring it up over and over, and I just want people to actually get it. So like, let's just talk about electric vehicles, right? Like if you wanted to bring in electric vehicles into commerce, right?
Right.
Well, what are the immutable truths of electric vehicles? Well, you're going to have to know the laws of physics, right? Which is the laws of motion, the laws of thermodynamics, because you're dealing with energy and electricity. You're going to need to know the laws of electricity, Ohm's law, all those types of things, right? These are the immutable truths, right? The laws of velocity, the laws of acceleration, gravitational pulls, electrodynamics. So those are your immutable truths. And immutable truths represent the playing field. So if you can imagine a football field, in this football field, there's an inbounds and out of bounds, right? And so when you're drawing plays to score a touchdown, there's no play that you're drawing that's going to have Jerry Rice catching or Randy Moss catching the ball out of bounds.
Right.
Right? So that means that you don't even care about anything that's happening out of bounds.
Right.
So when it comes to first principles, what first principles does is for you to identify the playing field. And anything that's outside of that playing field, other words, anything that's against the laws of physics and the laws of thermodynamics and the laws of electricity, you don't even pay attention to it. You don't waste your time on it. You deal with the playing field. Okay? So when you're dealing with a woman and you have, a relationship, the first thing that you do in the first principles approach to dealing with women, what are the mutable laws of women? Like what are women biologically wired towards? They're wired towards gravitating towards men with power, right? Because it's about protecting.
Right.
Men are not looking to women for protection, but women are looking to men for protection. And to understand
hold on.
playing fields,
not the old, but some of these new men are. But let's continue.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even be considered. But women wouldn't consider them men.
Naturally,
they're not even desirable.
Right.
They're not desirable. So
they're not desirable.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're talking about the immutable laws, right? So this is the playing field. So that's what first principles does. Is so if you're a man, you're having a problem with your woman. 9 times out of 10, you're having a problem with your woman because she doesn't feel protected. Because this is what the laws of the laws are teaching you, right?
Right.
So anyway, so then you would ask yourself, what am I doing that's making this woman not feel protected in my presence, whether it's emotionally, financially, physically? And if you step those things up, you tend to have better relationships with the women in your life. And women will lose interest in you when you are not dealing with those immutable truths of a woman, right? But you have to understand this from a first principles approach. So now back to the electric vehicle. So now, okay, these are the laws of electrodynamics, laws of electricity, laws of motion, and all of that. The next thing that you are asked to do with first principles thinking is after you define what the immutable truths are, in other words, your playing field, your football field, and what's out of bounds and what's in bounds, the next thing is what is the greatest limiting factor to this problem being solved? So if I have a problem with electric vehicles and I want the electric vehicle, the problem is that electric vehicles aren't in the marketplace, let's say.
Right.
I'm not talking about now, but I'm just saying like back 20 years ago when electric cars weren't a thing.
Right.
But you want to now bring electric cars into the marketplace. What is the greatest limiting factor for electric vehicles being purchased by the consumer? The greatest limiting factor is not the tires. It's not the aerodynamics of the car. It's not the brake system. It's not the windshield wipers. It's not the marketing plan. The greatest limiting factor is the battery.
The battery, where you charge it at.
Exactly. So the battery charging has to be quick. It has to be quicker or as quick as like people going to the gas station.
Yes.
Yeah. It has to be cheaper than, you know, pumping gas, and it has to be able to get you far, right?
Right.
And if it can't do those things, it won't be competitive to internal combustion engine vehicles. So now, if you have a battery that takes 24 hours for it to charge for you to go 5 miles, you can't sell that car. If you charge that battery to go 200 miles, but it costs you $1,000 to charge it, you can't do it. So it has to be inexpensive. It has to be quick. And it's called depth of discharge and all these types of things that you get into when you deal with the science of batteries and the energy density of a battery. So what did Tesla do? Tesla said, we're going to spend every single dime. Tesla, the company, not the person. We're going to spend every single dime in research into solving the battery problem. And guess what happened? They solved the battery problem where to charge your battery, it is 1/10 the cost to go 200 miles. To charge your battery from 0 to 200 miles and to fill your car from 0 to 200 miles is literally 10x difference in price. So if you paid $30 to fill your gas tank for the same mileage distance for electric vehicles, you'd pay $3. So that $30 gets you 200 miles, $3 will get you 200 miles. So now the value proposition becomes, hey, it's cheaper for me to own an electric vehicle in terms of distance and traveling. Well, then the next thing is that what's the other problem with a gas combustion vehicle, ICE vehicle, internal combustion vehicle? So guess what? You gotta, any one of us who've had any one of these cars, you always got to go to the mechanic. You got to do oil change, a lube change, a this, that, right? It costs money to maintain these cars. But an electric vehicle, there's none of those parts. You just have a motor. You don't have an engine. Engine has all these parts. You don't have a carburetor. You don't have any of those. You don't have oil
pistons,
you
and
don't have any of that. So it turns out that the maintenance cost for an electric vehicle is almost zero. And I can speak about this. This is not theoretical because I've had 2 electric vehicles since 2019. And the only thing I've done in terms of maintenance is change the tires and add windshield wiper fluid. This is real. And I've had, and this is 7 years. I'll never buy another car, by the way. I don't have to.
Are you bullish on EV?
Excuse me? Oh, yeah.
Are you bullish on EV?
You're wasting money if you don't have an EV.
Right.
Like literally, you can buy a Tesla Model 3 for the same price as a Toyota Camry. But the maintenance cost every year for a Toyota Camry is much greater than any maintenance cost that you have for a Tesla. And just to go from A to B, you're paying 10 times more money with a gas-powered vehicle. Now, we have a war with the Middle East, which the United States has every couple years,
right? Since
we've been children.
Yeah,
the gas prices are only going to go up.
Facts.
So if you already know this, what would you do? You'd already buy an electric vehicle to insulate yourself from these types. This is what you call kinetic knowledge. Okay, if you know that electricity costs are going to go up because the price of oil and all, a lot of these energy systems are run by oil or liquefied natural gas, and the United States is getting into conflicts with the main producers of this in the world, you can just know that your electricity costs and your heating costs every year or AC costs are going to go up. How would you hedge against that? Well, you'd put solar on your house, right, and get off grid. And you'd want to own your electricity. And the reason why you want to always own your electricity is because what this system does is that they want to make you a lifetime renter. What I mean by that is that they want you to always rent electricity so that you will always have bills to pay.
Facts.
Think about this. The moment you become adult, you are a lifetime renter of electricity. That means every month you're paying an electricity bill until you die.
Right. And I can't just keep forward. I have to ask, what are your takes on the negative health benefits of EV? It's been said, somebody in the chat said it's like a smartphone on wheels. Dr. Delva
Yeah,
Blair said it's like you're sitting in a microwave. So
yeah,
that would just
people,
be my question.
yeah, people say that, but if you were to measure it pound for pound in terms of internal combustion engine vehicles and the exhaust that comes out of the internal combustion engine vehicles, I would believe that an internal combustion engine vehicle is actually much more deleterious to health than an electric vehicle, which has no fumes.
Right.
Okay. So, if you're talking about EMF waves and all that, then you'd have to do, a comparative study. I wouldn't
My
leave it to
question would be this.
speculation.
I'm sorry. My question would be for the creators and the visionaries out there. I actually see a product. I see kinetic knowledge taking place, because if somebody could create an interior of an EV vehicle, they could kind of like have the diodes or the
Like a
blockers.
Faraday cage or
Yeah, like a
something like
Faraday
that.
case, seat covers. People do custom
Yeah.
pimp my ride for everything else. Why not basically outfit the inner, the inner
So
sanctums, or like just clothing that would basically be somewhat of of a blocker of those
yeah. So
rays.
what people got to do, man, is like, don't just take what people say as the truth. Go get your own EMF meter and go next to an electric vehicle and see if it like increases. And if it doesn't, then the people who were talking were just talking. And if it
Right.
does, then you can bring it back to people, and then you could find a solution for it. Then you'd have to compare to the health consequences of how internal combustion engine vehicles and the carbon emissions affect people's lungs over time. You go to places like California where you have smog from the burning of coal plants and also the burning, of gasoline, particularly lead-based gasoline. It has big effects on the lungs, and then you measure that against whatever EMF effects we're talking about, which would be radiation effects, and what are the radiation effects. But just keep into account
Look,
that concrete,
that's what I'm saying. Look,
concrete. A lot of people don't know this. Concrete, like how you build houses, concrete emits
concrete. Right.
it emits radiation as well.
Right.
A lot of people don't
Because
know that.
the fact that I was in the garage the other day, I pulled into the garage. My son and my daughter came out to greet me in the garage, right? I pressed the garage door to go down, and I was talking to my son, and I didn't turn the car off. You should have saw the fear on his mother's face. If the garage door would have closed and that car was still on, she
Yes.
damn near fainted.
Oh yeah, people have died like this carbon monoxide poisoning. Like very quickly, people die in
So
those
the
situations. Yeah.
fact that if you're in an enclosed environment and your car is running for less than a minute and that shit can take you out, that's scary to me right there. Like, that's very alarming. Like, it really put a light bulb over my head. Like, damn, this
Oh
is
yeah,
real
I mean
serious.
people have committed suicide by
Yeah,
just
people
locking
go to
themselves
sleep
in a
inside of their
garage.
cars
Yeah.
and take themselves out.
Yeah. So so if you talk about EVs being deleterious for health, you got to compare it to ICE vehicles, internal combustion engine, and then we see, what are the takeaways that we get from it, though. So it's a comparative analysis that needs to be done. I haven't seen anybody do. If anyone has, I'd like to look at it, and then we could take it from there. But I don't want to get
Let us
belabored
continue.
on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I
I don't
just
want to
had to
get. I don't
had
want
to
to get.
satisfy
Yeah.
the questions that we were getting in the chat from
Right.
all of my people that still ride these horses, and
Yeah.
my carriage and buggy people, my horse and
Yeah.
carriagers.
Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to give people. We're going to do some geography real quick. What's happening in the world? This is very important because a lot of people talk about Iran, and
Yes.
they can't locate it on a map. Right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people talking, and they just can't. They don't really have a working knowledge. So that would be ignorance, which would be level 1 form of knowledge. But let's look at this. All right, this is what I'm going to share with people. So there's probably even some better maps I can get, and that would be another time. It'd be more interactive maps, but this would be enough for your audience at this time. Okay, so this is the Middle East, the map of the Middle East, so-called Middle East. Okay.
Okay.
Can you share this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we are. So, as we see that the United States got into war with Iraq. You know, when I was a kid, the United States got into a war with Iraq, which was Gulf War I, because Iraq had invaded Kuwait right here, caused the United States to be bogged down in Iraq for about 20 years.
Oh, so now you trying to dial the clock back? You trying to dial the clock back on us, HERU? Talking about when I was a kid, they had...
Yeah. When I was a kid, I remember that. Like,
you wasn't no kid. You act like that's Vietnam or something, bro.
No. Like, no, seriously, I remember this. This was before I went to college, man.
Oh, really?
When Iraq invaded Kuwait, it was.
How young are you?
I was in my senior year of high school that this happened. I remember this because when I went to college, it was the first time I met someone from Kuwait, and it was during the Gulf War, the first Gulf War under Daddy Bush, George Bush Sr.
The first Bush.
Yeah, that was the first Bush.
Dragon Bush.
Yes, so that was the one who was the head of the CIA under I think Gerald Ford. And then,
the first Desert Storm. My bad.
Yeah, the first Desert Storm. Yeah.
There you go.
So when I was a kid, this was the first. So this is Iraq. Then you had the second one after September 11th.
Right.
And
with George W.
Yes, with George W. And this is Iraq. And then they invaded Afghanistan. So when we look at Iran
in
right
the middle.
here.
Wow.
Yes. So the United States invaded the country directly to the west, Iraq. That didn't turn out so good, right, for the United States, because the United States thought that they were going to come in and be seen as heroes, right?
Right.
And people were going to see them as liberators, and that didn't happen. Anyone can just look at the Battle of Fallujah and find out what happened there. And then the people who end up taking over Iraq and end up being allies with Iran. So the ruling party of Iraq right now is actually influenced by Iran. Right. Okay. Now, after that attack, then you had Afghanistan, right? Chasing bin Laden, right? How did the Afghanistan war work out for the United States? And was it quick? No, the United States was there for over 20 years.
Right.
Yeah, and not only that, who was in power when the United States attacked Afghanistan? The Taliban.
Yes.
Who's in power now in Afghanistan?
Taliban.
The Taliban.
More powerful.
Exactly. So the United States was there and was there for 20 years. And the same people are still ruling, but billions of dollars were spent. The United States accumulated more and more debt. And the only people who got enriched was Lockheed Martin and other companies, right?
Facts.
So now the United States wants to attack the country in the middle, which is twice as big as both countries. Okay? But this is very important. But the strategic location of Iran is different.
Right.
Why is that? Okay. So I want people to look at this. Here you've got Kuwait. You've got Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, which is Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and so forth.
Yes.
Okay. Then you've got Oman. It turns out that all of the oil refineries are in this area here. Do you see this area here?
Yep. And the strait.
Right there.
In that pocket right there.
Okay.
Yes.
This body of water is called the Persian Gulf.
Okay.
Okay. This body of water is called the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This right here is the Strait of Hormuz. And this right here is the Arabian Sea. Why is this important? The Arabian Sea heading to the east leads to the rest of Asia. See Pakistan, you start getting India, north of that is China, south of that you get Korea, you start getting Japan, Thailand, so forth and so on. Okay, this is very important. Iran controls here, which is the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, when all of the oil is refined, it can't go this way because it'll be stuck in the Persian Gulf. It has to go this way, past the Strait of Hormuz into the Arabian Sea to the rest of the world. Iran has blocked this off. Now, even if Iran somehow gets defeated from blocking this off, but before I go into that, all of the refineries are here, y'all.
Right.
Why are they here? The reason why all the refineries are here is that you want to get the refineries as close to the drop-off point of transportation as possible. So the boats, which are the big oil tankers, will carry 1 to 2 million barrels of oil per boat. So then someone would say, well, if this is cut off, why don't they just truck all the oil from here to the Red Sea?
Right.
The problem with that is that it would take 10,000 trucks moving oil.
Because those are 1 million barrels.
Yes, it would take 10,000 trucks to move the same volume of oil that one boat can. They don't have 10,000 trucks available, and these 10,000 trucks would have to burn 4 days worth of oil, petroleum, to get to the sea.
Just to travel.
Just to travel.
I had no idea Saudi Arabia was so damn big, bro.
This is why it's important for people to look at a map. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Facts.
Right now. Okay, it's very important for people to look at a map. Now, they have no choice but to put all of the millions of barrels of oil per day on a boat. Now, here's the thing. The reason why the boats aren't moving actually is not because Iran is blocking off the boats. Do you know why the boats aren't moving? The boats aren't moving because in the law, there is a thing called force majeure.
Force majeure.
Yes, force majeure.
Yes.
A force majeure clause is a contractual clause that says that I do not have to deliver on this contract due to an act of God or an act of war.
Right.
So because there's a war that's been declared, all of the contracts to deliver oil to the rest of the world can legally be void.
Right.
Because of force majeure. The other side of it too is that most of these boats, and anyone who's done any international shipment, there are two types of shipment, FOB and CIF. FOB is free on board, where the shipper, the person shipping, has to pay the insurance, or there's what you call CIF, which is cost, insurance, and freight, which is the seller is going to pay for the shipping, the insurance, and the freight.
Facts.
Okay? Well, in both cases, all these boats must be insured because these boats are hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of the construction of these boats. So the owners of these ships have to insure the ships in case something happens.
Something happens, right.
So if you own $100 million ship, are you going to be sailing through the ports of the Straits of Hormuz? Even if Iran says you can go?
Right, at all.
It could get bombed. So really what's happening is that a lot of the boats aren't moving because the owners cannot get insurance from England, which controls the insurance industry, Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's of London, right.
Now, if you know this, then you know that even if they declared that war is over tomorrow, the price of oil, there will still be a shortage of oil because you still have to insure the boats. There's a whole process. So you're going to have an increased price of oil for at least the next 2 months, even if, because the refineries have been shut down. Right. So even if they can't produce oil that they can't move, so they're not producing any oil. It would take another 2 months for everything to get back online if the war stopped today.
Right.
Okay. Now, everyone has seen the map.
Yes. Take a screenshot if y'all need it.
there is no hope to move all that oil that supplies a good percentage of the world with oil and liquefied natural gas. There's no hope except going through the Straits of Hormuz, unless they build pipelines, which is going to take a long time to build. And then pipelines can be bombed too. Okay. Now, but you cannot truck it from here. You cannot truck it from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. It takes 10,000 trucks to move the amount that one boat can move. And these boats are carrying 2 million barrels a day. So now you start to do the math, and no trucks would be able to do it in any type of meaningful manner that would not take the price of oil to $200 a barrel.
Facts.
So now you're looking at a chess game where the king is cornered. You're looking at checkmate.
Facts. The emperor has no clothes.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you all another map. I'm going to show you all the map, Louisiana and Texas. Why am I showing you all this?
And while you're pulling up that map, the question would be asked that, is there no other option of an oil producing, quote unquote, entity, an area on the planet that produces the same amount of oil as the Persian Gulf that these superpowers could pivot to and basically begin to utilize their resources?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know where?
I'm gonna let you say it.
Russia.
Oh man!
Do you see the catch-22?
Jokes writing themselves, man.
You see the catch-22?
I see it. I see it like a 20 M zenith.
Yeah. Now they took Venezuela, but the problem is that Venezuela has to be refined.
Right. That crude oil got to be refined. Shit,
it's very crude. It's very, very crude. It has to be, and they just don't have the facilities right now to do all of that in terms of the capacities the world would need. Okay, so here's what I want y'all to look at: the map of Louisiana and Texas, real quick. Let's just pull that up. I hope people are paying attention to what's being said, because this is what I refer to as kinetic knowledge. I'm going to give you a great example of kinetic knowledge. And we're going to talk about a gentleman named Eduardo Severin. Some of you may or may not be familiar with that name, Eduardo Severin. Okay, Eduardo Severin, let's share the screen. Eduardo Severin was one of the early investors of Facebook.
Yeah. You dropped that on me. That was mind-blowing.
Okay. I want y'all to look at this. Can you all see this map? Can you show everyone the map?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Eduardo Severin is one of the early investors of Facebook. Who is Eduardo Severin? Why is his story important? His story is important because Eduardo Severin he's a Jew from Brazil whose family immigrated to Florida, Miami in particular. And when he was a child in Miami, there was a Category 5 hurricane that hit Miami called Hurricane Andrew. It hit Miami hard, tore up Miami. And that made an impression on Eduardo Severin. So Eduardo Severin, as a child, began studying hurricanes in the path of hurricanes, to the point where he became quite good at predicting the path of hurricanes. It was a hobby of his. It's actually become a hobby of mine since I was in 2 Category 5 hurricanes in 2017 in the Virgin Islands, Hurricane Irma and Maria. So I'm actually somewhat of I'd call myself a mini expert in hurricane paths, because if you live in the Caribbean, you're subject to these things. And if you're serious and you have a family to protect, you're going to look at the paths and see the likelihood of these hurricanes hitting you or not. Sometimes these weather forecasters can be wrong, but if you understand hurricane models, you can pretty much accurately predict where hurricanes are going to go. So he became one of those people. And he was a freshman at Harvard University, and he was part of the Harvard Investors Club. So he'd taken an interest in investing along with his hurricane interest. And guess what happens when he's a freshman at Harvard University? They're told that there's a small hurricane that they're going to be monitoring called Hurricane Katrina. It's not close to the United States yet, but they're monitoring it. And he's monitoring it. And he's seeing, this hurricane, if it gets anywhere near Florida or that area of Florida, like Hurricane Andrew, those waters are extremely warm during the months of August and September. And it's like basically gasoline to a hurricane when you have warm water. And he saw that, this hurricane, if it hits any part, are you able to see my cursor?
Yeah.
Okay, if it hits any part of these waters and it's at a category 3 and it's going in this direction, it is going to cause severe devastation to where? Well, all around here, the Gulf of Mexico, Louisiana, Texas here, guess what goes on here? Drilling and refining of oil.
Fracking.
And drilling and refining of oil.
Drill, baby, drill.
Here, a lot of the very wealthy people in Texas are oil people. And, people, when we were growing up, there was a big soap opera called Dallas, right? And in Dallas, It was about the oil owners of Dallas being billionaires, right? And the family had owned in Dallas big, shares in oil. And so they have the refineries here and a lot of the oil business is here in this area right here. He saw that there was probably an 80% chance that this category 5 was going to hit here. And there's no way that these oil refineries and oil drilling posts would be able to survive. Right. If that happens, you will have a shortage of domestic oil for some time, which would then cause the price of oil to increase because the demand is still there, but the supply is choked. And basic economics is supply and demand. The great demand with the less supply makes that particular thing shoot up in price. You'll see it during great calamities and people will start trying to sell water for $10 a bottle when it's usually sold for $1 because there's a shortage of water and people will pay a premium for it. So if there's a shortage of oil based on first principles of economics, supply and demand, you are going to see an increased price of oil. So before Hurricane Katrina had even hit the Gulf, he took a bet and bought oil futures or oil stocks or shares. And guess what happened? In one day, he made $300,000. He became a legend at Harvard University in their investor club where they made him the president.
Damn.
Okay. Off of that $300,000 lick that he got. Okay. What I want to do now for you all is I'm going to ask Google, what is the net worth, so that you all know I'm not making this up, of Eduardo Severin. So guess who lived in his dorm? A young guy named Mark Zuckerberg.
Young Mark.
Yes. I want you all to see this. This is search assistant for AI, and it says Eduardo Severin's share screen. What is the net worth? I typed it wrong, but do you see this?
Let me put that up.
Yeah, there's some music that just came on. All right. Does everyone see this? Ooh. Eduardo Severin's net worth is estimated to be around $36 billion.
Whoa, man.
We got music in the background, bro.
You hear music?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody hear music? I don't hear it on
about trouble.
The platform.
I won't be in trouble no more. Do you hear that? Okay, it's gone now. It's gone.
Okay.
Now. Okay. Eduardo Severin's net worth is $36 billion, y'all. As of January 2026. What happened with Eduardo Severin? See that $300,000 that he made off of that lick?
Right.
Of being able to predict
the hurricane lick?
Yes, which is kinetic knowledge.
Right.
He didn't just say, oh, the hurricane's going to hit here, or the hurricane's going to hit, I'm so smart, and argue with people whether the hurricane was going to hit or not. What did he do? He put his money where his mouth was. He acted on it. This is kinetic knowledge. But if you just sat there
he put
and
skin
just
in the
argued
game
with people, if he just sat there and argued with people before it hit, and just to show how smart he is, that would be the majority of people in our community. That is what you call paralytic knowledge. You know that the hurricane is going to hit. Smart guy. You're a smart guy, but you haven't used that knowledge to improve the situation of yourself or your family in any way.
It's so ironic that paralytic, it sounds like parasite and paralyzed at the same time. So we know about the analysis of paralysis that people suffer from, where they analyze and stuff so much that they don't make no moves in life for years, and then they look up and it's 30 years and they ain't done nothing. But please continue cooking.
Yes. So guess what happened? He took the $300,000, and guess what he did with the $300,000? He invested in Facebook. He invested in Facebook and became the first investor in Facebook. He gave the money to Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg later tried to cheat him and say he wasn't an investor. He lost in court, but look what Eduardo Severin did before the judgment was made. Guess what Eduardo Severin did? He renounced his American citizenship so that he would not have to pay taxes. So he renounced his American citizenship before the judgment was made, because he knew he was going to win, because he had all the receipts of investing into Facebook. So because he became an early investor and Facebook did this IPO and the stock price shot up so much, he became a billionaire overnight. Mark Zuckerberg, in true Zuckerberg fashion, tried to cheat him, took it to court. He ends up losing. But Eduardo Severin, with kinetic knowledge, said, if I keep American citizenship and I get a windfall of $1 billion, the United States government is going to take half from me just because I'm a U.S. citizen. So what did he do? He renounced his American citizenship. Yes, right. And then he became domiciled in Singapore, where they don't have taxes, capital gains taxes. This is what you call kinetic knowledge. And from that $300,000 lick, as an 18-year-old in college, he now has $36 billion.
Whew. Yeah, don't talk about him enough.
Everyone should know this story. Everyone should understand what's going on in the world. That if you understand the world and news, and let me just put it to you this way. It's been said that the greatest indicator of intelligence is the ability to accurately predict the future.
Facts. Shout out to all of my soothsayers.
Okay. So now, what have I done based on the information that I know, and let me show and prove now that we have set the table? Because I understand Eduardo Severin, I understand how he's moving and how people move with kinetic knowledge. When they tell you that this war is happening, this is how you know what you've done with your life and that you've been around circles that haven't given you kinetic knowledge, is that many of you will know and have the right information that the price of gasoline is about to go up or that it's going up. I would say that the majority of people who are somewhat aware know this already.
I've played multiple videos for the past month and just to kind of like get people prepped as to what's going on. We load them up with kinetic information. Please continue.
Okay. The problem is that most people don't know what to do with that, so it becomes paralytic information. And what happens is that you know that the price of gasoline is going up. So to the average person and listening to your show, that becomes a bad thing because they're thinking, man, I got to pay more at the pump.
Get stressed out.
Because you are stuck in the consumer class. The only people who are upset at the price of oil going up is the consumer class, because you're the ones who are buying the gasoline and oil-based products, and all you do is buy. So it is going to affect your bottom line and your spending, because this becomes a bad thing for you. But those of us who are in the investor class, like an Eduardo Severin, see, those people who hear that this category 5 was coming, of course, if you got a house there, you got people, you're going to be concerned. But Eduardo Severin hears the news knowing that he can't change the direction of the hurricane. He says, how can I turn this into kinetic knowledge? And anyone who in New Orleans at the time could have turned it into kinetic knowledge. So even though you lost your house, you could have made a $300,000 lick. See, this is the difference. A lot of people hear that the price of oil is going up. If you know for sure that the price of oil is going up, you have an advantage called being able to predict what's about to happen in the future. The question is, why is it that your prediction does not advance your life in any way, when anytime you're able to predict the future correctly, it should advance your life? The reason is because you're not in the game. You are a consumer. So knowing that the price of oil is about to go up becomes scary for you. But because I trade oil and I trade anything based on what I'm seeing in the charts or news, what have you, when I hear that the price of oil is about to go up, guess what I do? Now we're going to share the charts. Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the oil charts. So right now, we've got US oil, which can be traded on the Forex chart. I am in a Forex trade for oil, knowing that the price of oil is most likely going to be going up for the long term. Let's go to right here. You can feel free to share this on the screen. So this is my Forex terminal. I use Hugo's Way. Does everyone see this?
Yes, sir.
See this? Okay, let me make sure everyone can see this. Okay. So if we look at this, this is the daily chart. Look at the price of oil. It was steady, 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 until it starts going up here, right here. March the 2nd. Guess what these dates coincide with, my brother?
What days? What is it?
These are the dates that coincide with Benjamin Netanyahu visiting Trump in the Oval Office. Telling him he needs to go ahead and bomb Iran, or else probably he's going to release some things in the Epstein files on him.
Right.
The bombing starts and the price of oil goes up. Notice I'm in an oil trade. I waited. It went volatile here all the way up to $120. I waited for it to come down. and then go back up, and I hopped in. Right now, I'm close to 1,000 pips ahead. We expect, and Iran, right now, the present price of spot oil, U.S. oil, as you see right here, U.S. oil, you see that right there? It says U.S. oil. It is at $98 a barrel right now. We expect it, based on what Iran is saying, that it will go to $200 a barrel. That's way up here, y'all. Okay? 200 is even off the screen. $200 a barrel is off the screen. Now, what that means for me is, because I'm not part of the consumer class, for me, if the price of oil goes up, I make a lot of money. This is what you call kinetic knowledge. I'm already made money with the price of oil going up. You see me plus 861 pips. Okay? And we expect it to keep rising, because one thing we know is Donald Trump has a talent for messing things up. He has a talent for bankrupting companies. This is what he's done with his own companies. So I believe that he will have a talent for bankrupting America, because as the price of oil goes up, the price of goods go up, because the price of transportation goes up, which is priced into the cost of goods, which is your groceries. Everything that you buy retail has to be delivered on a truck.
Fact.
The truck has to buy diesel.
More
and
diesel.
guess who pays for that cost?
You pay
the
for it.
consumer.
Consumer.
So those of us who are stuck in the consumer class will always suffer the decisions that the people in the ownership class make. So the only thing you can do to protect yourself is to learn how to be in the investment in the ownership class, to own positions on these moves that are being made. Because if you are strictly a consumer, you will always be suffering at the whims of the decision makers. I refuse to be a target. I refuse to be a sitting duck. And so even as we're right now, it was at 800 something pips. I'm at 900.
Hold on.
Okay.
I like that refuse talk. Hold on. I like the refuse. That's like an affirmation.
Yeah.
Please
Most likely by, the next 15, 20 minutes, you might see me at 1,000 pips. Okay. And each pip represents a monetary value, whether it's $100 or $1,000. Y'all would have to figure that out for yourselves. I don't expose how much money I make for obvious reasons, but you can look at my charts and they speak for themselves. I'm ahead. What else am I doing based on what's happening in this world? Well, it would be important for you all to know that it's not just about oil. What happens when oil goes up? I'd like to share something. Everyone should get an X account, and if you follow the right people, you get news before it's reported. So
I said that I'm sorry. Yesterday when I was doing my vibe code session, I said, man, the best site social wise is X, hands down. And I was
if you follow the right people,
I said that the people on X give because people be like, yo, there's adult content, and I'm like, your algorithm is weird, because what you be doing. My algorithm on X is pure cloth. It's been like that for about 6 years since I've been up there. Nothing but, I'm talking about, it's so much information they throw out there. I got to get off of it sometimes because it will overwhelm me. You feel me?
Absolutely. So what I want to do is I want to share this for the listenership to understand that this is more than just oil, that the oil industry fuels a whole lot of other industries that a lot of people don't know about. So I'm going to show you all this post here. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can put this on the screen. See where it says food for thought?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me make it a little bit bigger for your listeners or your watchers. Yeah, let's make it 200%, 250%. You can see this?
Yeah,
Food for thought.
it's
Okay.
zoomed in.
Everyone thinks the Strait of Hormuz is about oil. It's not. It's about everything you need to survive. Okay? The strait has been closed. Wait, hold on. For 8 days. This was made, by the way, this post was made 2 weeks ago. Okay? The strait has been closed for 8 days. People see oil prices and panic. They have no idea what's actually at stake. Let that sink in. Now, check this out. 92% of the world's sulfur comes from refining oil and gas. A lot of people didn't know this. I didn't know this. But why is sulfur important? Sulfur gets you sulfuric acid, which is the single most produced chemical on Earth. Why? Because sulfuric acid is how we extract copper. Sulfuric acid is how we extract cobalt. No sulfuric acid equals no transformers, no EV batteries, no data center substrates. One chemical, one feedstock, one choke point, all shut down. But it gets worse. Qatar ships 30% of Taiwan's liquefied natural gas through Hormuz. Taiwan has 11 days of reserves left. TSMC, the company that makes 90% of the world's advanced chips, uses 8.9% of Taiwan's total electricity. No gas, no power, no chips, no phones, no AI, no military hardware. Still think this is just about gas prices. 33% of the world's nitrogen fertilizer feedstock moves through the strait. Half of all humans alive today exist because of synthetic nitrogen. No nitrogen equals no fertilizer equals no food equals famine. They're showing you oil price chart in stock market futures, but they're not showing you that 3 civilization critical supply chains run through a 21 nautical mile choke point that has been shut for 8 days. Oil, sulfur, copper, cobalt, every battery and chip on Earth, gas power, TSMC, 90% of advanced semiconductors, fertilizer feedstock, nitrogen, food for 4 billion people, 3 supply chains, 1 choke point, 0 domestic alternatives at scale. This isn't an oil crisis. This is a civilization crisis hiding behind an oil price. Iran doesn't need missiles. Iran doesn't need drones. Iran just needs to keep that strait closed, and the modern world starts unraveling within weeks. 11 days. That's how long Taiwan has before the lights go out at TSMC. Prepare accordingly. Whew. Okay. This is what you call knowledge, but it becomes up to you what you're going to do with this knowledge. Are you going to make it paralytic knowledge, or are you going to make it kinetic knowledge? So I did further research and found out that Japan relies on the Straits of Hormuz, and Japan has about 3 weeks left of electricity in terms of their own reserves. What does that mean? That means that the Japanese economy will be one of the main economies that will fall first.
Okay. And I just saw Trump sit down with Japan, and they signed a nuclear deal.
Yes. So here because they need other sources of energy.
Yes.
So if I know that the Japanese are going to suffer because of the Straits of Hormuz, because most of their power comes from that area, well, there's a Japanese index. The Japanese index is called the Japanese 225. What is that? It is the Nikkei. It is the 225 top companies in Japan, right? So if I know that the Japanese economy is about to crash, what do? I go on Forex. Let me share this screen. Let me share this with you all. So what did I do on this knowledge to turn that knowledge to kinetic knowledge because of what I know about what's going to be happening in Asia and the Asian markets? That means that the Asian markets are going to suffer.
Right.
Do you see this here? You can show your audience. So I took a position on the Japanese 225. You see Japanese 225?
Yeah.
This is basically their index like the Dow Jones 30 or the S&P 500. This is the 225 top companies in Japan indexed. Do you see where it dropped?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see my entry or these green lines here? These pink lines is my stop loss. So my stop loss is below my entry, which means that I can't lose any money on this trade.
Break that down real quick for them with the stop loss
Okay.
so they understand.
All right. So stop loss is where you, if it hits, you're out of the trade. But a lot of times when people hit, if they're doing a sell, their stop losses are above, so they're risking money. I'm in a no risk trade right now because all of my entries are above my stop loss. So if I get stopped out, if price comes back up, I will not lose any money because my entries are here. But I want you to read how many pips am I up?
Damn.
101,000 pips. because I'm able to look at the news, look at the charts, and I'm saying I'm not going to be just someone reading the news and thinking I'm a smart guy and be able to debate people the news about the economy, and I don't have a pot to piss in and I know all of this information.
That's right.
I'm going to monetize my knowledge and make it into something that my children can eat off of, my grandchildren can eat off of, and anyone around me who's interested in this information can eat off of, because I'm applying the knowledge that I'm getting into a real world advantage. So if the Japanese economy crashes, I can make money off of it. And that's what I'm doing right now. You all are seeing it in real time. This is not made up. This is not a demo account. This is a real live account. You see, it says Hugo's Way Live.
Yes.
This is a live account with real money. Okay. I got in before this drop happened here on Friday. This is a daily candle. So this is Friday. This is Thursday. This is Wednesday. You see me in 100,000 pips. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is just what I'm doing. I'm also in crypto because I know that a lot of people, when they're dealing with being bombed, they want to transfer their money into non-banking systems. So you're going to see Bitcoin go up. You're going to see all cryptos go up along with Bitcoin. I like Ethereum because when Bitcoin goes up, Ethereum goes up at a higher percentage. So I am in Ethereum trade right now. And as you see me, I'm 3,000 pips, 3,600 pips ahead. See me here?
Yep.
And I'm in a protected trade because I hit a buy. I'm going up. My stop losses are above my entries, which means I cannot lose any money in this particular trade. All I can do is make money. Okay. Okay. Remember with 800s with oil?
Yes.
I'm at 962 pips now. We keep talking, you're going to see me at 1,000.
Let me ask you something.
Okay.
Is the trading thing dominated by both genders? Because that's definitely something that I'm curious about. And I'm not to make it a gender-based thing, but I don't, I don't see a lot of women posting their pips and their wins and their predictions and whatnot. Yeah. I'm just saying it's something that's just curious to me. I don't really see them in this market.
Yeah, you see mostly men, but there are some women who do trading.
I'm sure there are women that do trading. I just don't see them on the front.
Lopsided. It's lopsided with men.
Okay,
but it's anything anyone can get into. I mean, I could teach a kid this.
Right,
like
right,
a 10-year-old. Like I teach my son how to trade. Like he knows what I'm doing. But I mean, it takes time, and you need to have the right techniques. And most people teach you the wrong techniques. People who charge you to teach you how to train. I mean, I guess you could pay for people's time, but if that's all they're doing, they're probably not making money in the charts. Like you'd have to really, really pull my teeth to have me sit down and train you because it's a lot of time to train somebody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and I wouldn't charge you money to train you, but what I do is I let people copy my trades and people can pay a subscription fee. So I have a website for that where people just copy my trades, you know, and that's HERUtrades.com. I can show people that later, but I'm just showing you all like the numbers, like these aren't made up. This is real, and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So I know the Japanese economy is going to crash. And so I know that I'm going to get into a sell on the Japanese economy. I know that oil is going to keep rising up because Netanyahu, Trump, Hegseth, they're destroyers. They're just going to make the situation much worse. Right. And then what else am I in? I know I want to get into Euro US dollar. I'll get into that. I probably can do a live trade while we're on right now. So I'm about to do a trade. The Euro US dollar looks good right now. So all I do is just hit this, and I'm going to go into a very small trade. And once I finish my conversation, I'll add some more. But right now I'm going to hit a buy. I just hit a buy, and I'm going to move my stop loss. Stop loss protects you. So I'm just going to drag this down to here, and that's my stop loss. And as price goes up, I will protect my trade by moving my stop loss up here so I can't lose any money. As long as you have your stop loss above your entry, you can't lose any money. So I have it right here. So I'm going to buy.
That's your protection. That's your protection.
It's my protection. Because if you don't have a stop loss and price doesn't go your way, you could just lose your money until it takes all the money in your account.
You get pillaged. Right.
Yes, you get pillaged, man. So what I'm going to do, I just did a very small trade. My stop loss is here. That's why I'm putting the stop loss. And I'll be adding more onto this as the pips add up. So you'll see me with more trades going up. But I just did that just to show people how it's done. I'm in, so I'm in the Euro, Great British Pound as well. I'm up on that as well. And that's me here. My entry price went up. I hit a buy, price went up. My stop loss is still here. Well, it's the euro currency versus the Great British Pound currency. And so right now the euro is doing better than the Great British Pound. Okay. So, and there's ways to look at the chart to do that. So right now I just protected my trade. My stop loss is now above my entry. I cannot lose money on this trade. Okay. I'm also in Euro Japanese yen. That means that the euro is doing better than Japanese yen right now because I'm in a buy. And there I am right there, and I'm up here. Right. So these are the trades that I'm in. Like I'm in several of them. I'm also in the US dollar trade, and I expect it to keep going down, but we'll see when that market open. It hasn't opened yet. But you know, I'm in it. And if you look at the French, this is the France 40, which is the 40 top companies in France. Look what the Strait of Hormuz has done to them. It's completely dropped. So anyone who got into a sell on this made a lot of money going down, just like how I'm making money on the Japanese going down.
So this is a form of sorcery in a sense, because if I wanted to, you know how the Jamaicans, how you remember you were talking about you play roots and reggae, right? So one of the famous sayings is fire burn Babylon, and you know, roots, they talk about chanting down Babylon. So if I don't believe in France and I want to see them fall, like I really turned against the UAE, and I chanted them down, and I wanted to see them fall. Real talk. Like when I really
you can make money of them falling. Yeah, you can make money from them falling. Yes.
This is my way of putting skin in the game to actually say, not only do I want to see France fall, but I put $1,000 up to basically, you know, I'm not just gonna talk about it, I'm gonna put skin on it.
You can eat on them going down. Like right now, I'm eating on Japan going down. I've been eating on France. I'm just not in this trade right now, but I've been eating off of. Just depends on what the charts are doing. You know, it's a more complicated conversation. I don't want to get too deep into it, but you know, it gets into technical analysis and all that, which is more advanced conversation than your audience would be ready for. But
well, we've learned a little bit of TA. We had Chicago Crypto. We did a workshop in 2023. We also brought brother in HERU, and he was teaching us about the silver, the gold, and the copper, the you know, the precious metal market. But you know, we are all ready to learn more, and I'm sure the family has a lot of questions. They got their notebooks out.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's continue.
All right. So, I mean, people talk about silver and gold, but silver and gold are down right now. Okay.
Yes.
They're down right now, as you can see. That's a downward. And that's silver. And I love the silver chart. It's a very good chart. Platinum is down. So the metals usually go down together. I can show the gold chart real quick. I'll just go through it, open that up. People asking, I use Hugo's Way. That's my broker that I use for doing Forex. I go to metals and I go to XAU USD, which is gold, US dollar. See, gold is down.
Yeah.
See that?
See
that's
that?
The weekly.
That candle.
And that's the daily. So it's gone down precipitously.
Is there any indicators that it will be going back up? Is there any predictions or anything that you see?
Yeah. I look at the charts based on the lows that it's at right now. I look for certain structures. And so, for instance, for gold, I need to see a nice W structure form on the lower time frames. And I would get into gold as a buy because I have indicators here showing me that it's oversold. So if it's oversold, what goes down must come up. So the problem is that we're in a really weird time because it's wartime. So wartime throws a lot of things off in terms of technical analysis, where usually you would see a bounce up when you start seeing these lines down here, but it can go down even lower because of what might be happening in the world. So it requires more thought, but and you don't overextend yourself. So there's conversations to be had about it, but it all pans out. And probably what I'll do is probably every week now, because I get so many questions, I'll probably do a week in review on the Forex charts of all my positions. So people will be able to see it. And I'll just post it on my website. I can come in your show and talk about it every now and then, just for people to know what the vibes is, and you can test my accuracy. But
I'm most definitely gonna contact you after this with some proposals and thoughts that I have, because it's definitely time to bring you on, more than likely through the Patreon. You feel me? Because that's where people who are interested and are ready to make these moves, that's where we will pivot and bring the family and whatnot. You know what I mean? Patreon is where this type of kinetic knowledge is applied respectfully.
I want to show you all something. So, all right, you all seen that. I'm gonna stop sharing that screen. You all seen that it's not just the price of oil that's being affected by the Straits of Hormuz. That post talked about sulfuric acid.
Yes.
So those of us who understand chemistry, the way that you would process heavy metals or industrial metals is once you mine them and dig them from the ground, they have to be washed off. And sulfuric acid is a very corrosive acid that basically will clean off and purify the copper. And the copper is used for conductivity, for electricity, is used for many different things. And so if sulfuric acid is a byproduct, because when you do the crude oil refinery, well, the crude oil a lot of that is sulfur. And so you get the sulfur out when you refine it into usable oil, into petroleum. So you get all of these sulfur, basically waste, right? And then you get sulfuric acid. Well, a good percentage of the world's sulfuric acid comes from where the refineries are. And if the main refineries for the world is in the Gulf Coast, that means that the main sulfur from the world is trapped in the Straits of Hormuz.
Right.
If you have a shortage of sulfuric acid, what's going to happen? That means that sulfuric acid anywhere is going to be at a premium.
It's going to turn into a premium, right?
Are there any companies in America that make sulfuric acid? Yes. So I'm just giving you all, I'm going to give you all a nugget real quick. So of course, I have a position in Ecovist. And all you do is I went to Robinhood where you can buy stocks. This is different than Forex. So I get stock options. But I'm about to show you all this now. I'm just showing you everything, some of the moves that I made based on the news. So it's not like I'm just talking just to talk. I want to be able to show you all this. And you all can do this for yourself if you want to. Like, this should all be actionable information. All right. So what you do is you literally can go on Robinhood. This is my Robinhood account. You can download it on your phone for free, Robinhood. And so what you would do with that information about sulfuric acid I just showed you all, there's going to be a shortage of sulfuric acid because of the blocking of Straits of Hormuz. So what you do is you just go to Robinhood and just put in sulfur. What companies are dealing in sulfur? And they show you the different companies. And you just go one by one and you read about them. You click Ecovist, and then I want to find out, what does Ecovist do? And you go to About, and I want you all to read this. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Are you able to see my screen?
Loud and clear, yep.
Ecovist Inc. engages in the manufacture of specialty catalysts, materials, and chemicals. It operates through the following segments: refining services, catalysts, and performance chemicals. The refining services segment offers sulfuric acid, virgin sulfuric acid, sulfuric acid regeneration, and so on. So they make sulfuric acid and sell it.
Right.
The question is, where do they get it from? And it turns out that they get their sulfur not from the Strait of Hormuz, which means that they will not be subject to any blockage from the Strait of Hormuz, and the price of sulfuric acid will go up. And what do you then do? You literally can go on Grok, which is AI. Okay. And then I asked AI, will the price, and I'm going to show you all how I do it. So I'm going to share this tab. This is Grok.
Right.
Will the stock price of Ecovist, which is ECVT, rise due to the closure of the straits? I know the answer already, but I'm just double checking with Grok.
Right, with Grok.
To see if I'm correct, to see it might give me some other insight. Straits of Hormuz. Let's see what Grok says. Grok appears to be thinking. Let's just wait. It's compiling all the information it has in the world. I may have some blind spots, but based on first principles thinking, if they're getting their sulfuric acid, their sulfur is being made without going through the Straits of Hormuz, then you're going to see the price of sulfuric acid go up because they're going to need it for processing these heavy metals, and they're going to get more business. And so you should see that they'll be able to sell it at a higher price. So it's still doing its thinking. It's going to give me an answer. It's probably giving me a very detailed answer.
Oh, most definitely. It's scraping right now. It's going.
And so this is, part of what I do to make my knowledge kinetic. And so once, okay. All right, summary. Here we go.
Okay, it already hit a high.
Yeah.
A 52-week high.
Yeah.
So
it's going to give me, okay, here we go. Here's the answer. Yes. ECVT stock has already risen due to the Strait of Hormuz closure and has modest further upside potential in the near term. As of March 20, it traded 11.65. The stock surged to a new 52-week high on March 27th. Okay? Why the closure is a tailwind for ECVT. Ecovist is now a pure play sulfuric acid and regeneration service company after divesting its advanced catalyst. That means that that's all they do. That's their
That's
core
what they
business.
do now. They right. It was like we're gonna zero in and niche on this.
So they're saying number one, the higher refinery utilization from elevated oil prices, it improves their spreads and their margins in the U.S. and it drives higher throughput in alkylation units, which use large volumes of sulfuric acid to produce high octane gasoline. Check this out. ECVT is the number one North American provider of sulfuric acid regeneration services.
Blood clot.
Okay. Global sulfuric acid market tightness. Okay. So 44% of sulfur trade is being impacted by this closure. And this creates shortages and price spikes in virgin sulfuric acid, and ECVT benefits in two ways. Okay. And it just goes and goes. So what I'm saying to you is that because of this analysis, what did I do? With ECVT, I went ahead and then I looked at its performance. In the past month, it's up 2%. In the past 3 months, it's up 21%. In the past year, it's up 79%, y'all. Which means that if you just put your money in this, you'd have made 79% on your money. Whew. If in a year, let's contrast that to keeping your money in a savings account in Bank of America. Bank of America pays you 0.01% for the year in a savings account. So contrast 0.01% to 79%. Let's look at oil right now. Just put in oil. United States Oil Fund. Let's say you invested in oil for the last, knowing that Netanyahu keeps visiting, the last 3 months, oil's gone up 72% in just 3 months. You'd have made 72. That means that if you would have put in $10,000, you'd have made $7,200 profit. That's what this means. This is what's happening, but no one's teaching us this. Right. No one's teaching us these. And then if you do stock options, the returns are even crazier. So I'm just letting you all know that when they tell you the price of oil is going up, understand that there are people who invested 3 months ago who's made 72% on their money profit in their sleep. While everyone else is worried about the price of gasoline, the investor class is laughing because they've made almost double on their money. Right. Now, remember the other company, the microchip company that I told you all about? Taiwan Semiconductor.
Oh yeah, TMSC.
Yeah,
the big dogs.
They're running out of electricity. I did a put option on them.
Right.
You'll see my put option right here. You see it?
Also, no, I don't see it yet. Along with them.
Share this tab right here. Okay. You see it?
Yep.
You should be able to see it. This is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. I did a put option. A put option is the reverse of a call option, which put option means that you think that the price is going to fall and you're going to make money off of the price falling. So you'll see me right here. I bought a put option that expires in January.
I mean, just based off of their role in kicking off World War III with the whole USA and China thing, would it be wise to just basically bet against them because you know that it's inevitable that they will be that China will be moving on them?
Yeah, number one. And then what we just read is that the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, Taiwan gets about 30% of its energy from the Straits of Hormuz.
Facts.
Of which, in the whole country of Taiwan, about 9% of the electricity being used is by one company, this company.
Right.
One company uses close to 10% of the country's electricity.
God, Lord have mercy.
So now if the price of oil goes up, it's going to affect their margins, which means that their business is going to go down.
Right.
So I'm betting that their business is going to go down even more. And so what did I do? I took a put option, and my return, I made it easy, $15. That's not much, but I did the put option on Friday. So I expect this to grow. Right. I'll be able to double my money, triple my money, 10 times my money by just watching the economy fall in Taiwan, because I know what's happening. Look how much has fallen in the last month.
Damn.
11%.
It's tumbling. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm in a really good place. And I expect it to keep going down based on the fact that there's a war and they are starved for energy. So I've turned that information into what you call kinetic information, the same way that Eduardo Severin did it for Hurricane Katrina and the price of oil.
What are your thoughts on utilizing AI to help out with this trades and things of that nature? You know, they have the rise of OpenClaw. They have Claude. Anthropic's Claude is helping people with
I think that you can. Stuff. Yeah, I think that you could use. But you see, I'm already using AI by just doing quick research.
Right.
And if it confirms my theory. Now, here's the thing. That's only when you're doing what you call fundamental analysis. I really do technical analysis. That's really my forte. I'm only doing fundamental analysis, which is using the news, because we are at a very specific point in human history where there's a war happening. And when a war is happening, a lot of the technicals get thrown off because you start getting volatility that you normally don't see. So I'm using AI to confirm my thesis, right? So in most conversation, when people are having what you call colloquial conversations about AI and trading, what they're looking at having a bot do their trading for them. The problem with that is that it makes you a prisoner to AI, and you never learn the fundamentals of why it's making those decisions, because it's not right all the time. But to me, human knowledge is the premium, and learning how to think about this is more important than having AI bot. So to me, you need to understand how to read the charts. You need to understand fundamental analysis, which is how the news gets incorporated to chart movement. And then if you want to do AI to do your trading for you, you can actually set up an AI model that learns your strategy of trading. And then you won't have to necessarily, do it yourself. That's what would be valuable to me. But what is important to me is the premium on learning.
Right.
See, a lot of people think that AI is going to create a situation where you don't have to learn, but like mathematics, people who use a calculator do all their calculations but don't understand the underpinnings of mathematics. What happens is that without the calculator, you are completely paralyzed.
Right.
Because you don't understand how to think about math. You don't understand the philosophical underpinning of what division is, and what multiplication is from a philosophical point of view, to understand how it works in the world. That division seeks to go to zero. That's why, for instance, that's why when I hear Black folks dividing ourselves, I'm FBA, I'm ADOS, I'm Yoruba, I'm this, I'm that, and they're focusing on all the division. They don't realize that mathematically, division seeks zero, going to zero. So if you want your people to go to zero, you'll keep dividing yourself. Right. But if you want your people to go to infinite levels, you will keep multiplying yourself. And that has many metaphors attached to it in terms of how people can multiply themselves to infinity. But division goes to zero. But if you don't know these things, because you haven't been, and all you have is a calculator, the moment that your calculator dies, you can't survive. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can have a GPS tell you where to go, but what happens when that GPS is gone? If you don't know that the sun rises in the east, if you don't know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and you don't know east from west because you've been using the GPS all this time, you're lost when the GPS is gone.
Facts.
So there's a deeper reason to learn and to know. And there are some people who are skipping the learning process and just using AI. And what happens is you become a slave to AI. You don't have the AI, you can't operate anymore.
Right.
So I would just say to people, you have to learn the technicals. You have to learn technical analysis. You have to learn fundamental analysis and when to use it. It's just like Kung Fu, right? You got to know when to strike certain ways. You got to know when to grapple. You got to know when to wrestle. You got to know when to use a arm bar. You got to know when to do leg locks. You got to know when to do an omoplata. You got to know, and you got to know when to walk away. But the person who only knows how to fight with a gun, what do they do when the gun jams?
They running.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I mean, this is what I'm talking about. At the end of the day, nobody has to do what I'm doing. I'm just giving you a perspective, and I'm just letting people know what works for me. And my numbers prove what works. Like I'm transparent. I'm showing you my numbers just like I do with Herbal Results. I show you all my numbers. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna show you all. I'm gonna show you this right now because we were on. I didn't plan this, but let's go back to my oil trade. Remember, we started out talking. I was at 800 pips.
Yes. That was earlier, right?
Yeah, where am I at now?
1,000.
1,000 pips.
As we sit here talk, right.
As we're talking, so as we're having a nice leisurely conversation, your brother's making money, and I'm proving it. Like none of this is like I'm not making
not
this
speculation.
Up. This is not speculation. This is not
KINETIC.
I think this is. I'm showing you what I'm saying. I'm telling you that I'm having a casual conversation with your audience, and I'm already in a position with oil. I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and you literally have seen it go from 800 pips to another 200 pips where I'm 1,000 pips ahead now. And it's going to get uglier in the next couple of weeks. We'll tune in again, and you'll see me probably at 20,000 pips.
You know what everybody in the audience is wondering, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, what are they wondering?
Where the hell is Gladys Knight? All these pips.
Yeah.
Where's Gladys at?
I mean,
but look, we are at the 2.5 hour mark, my good brother. I do want to say that we have enlightened our entire community today. I feel so full. I feel so quote unquote. It feels so New Year's like this is one of the greatest ways to start the New Year's. I'm sure that so many quote unquote ancestors who dealt with wealth are smiling on us right now. I'm sure there's so many quote unquote spirits that deal with abundance are smiling right now because literally we've opened up the pathways for so many people who were stuck in what you call paralytic knowledge static states, and now we could be the true and living when we are kinetic with it. Because I've tried my best to articulate this principle that you just shared, but you definitely came through and you've been able to lay it out very. I'm about to chop this up. You know what I mean? I need to spread this because this demonstration was well needed. It is something that it's almost like those boats that are sitting outside of the Straits of Hormuz. I would say that is our community. We're sitting in the water. We're not moving. We're stuck in fear. We're stuck in paralysis analysis. I've literally sat around and watched multiple communities stuck, you know what I mean? From Harlem all the way to Atlanta and around the world and whatnot. They're not moving. They're just sitting in the water reading YouTube and watching, hopping from channel to channel, becoming what you call information whores. And that's no disrespect to anybody out there, but they're treating information like it's wealth. They're treating information, but they're not doing anything with it. So this is the move that we're making. This is the direction that we're going into. Health and wealth, all 2026. We don't promote junkies on this channel. If that's what, if you addicted to the information like a junkie, we'll go over there to You know what I'm saying? Go over to the part of YouTube where they got needles sticking outside of their arms. Y'all know what it looks like over there. Go over there. Go over there where they talk about the aliens and they don't got proof and all of this stupid stuff about all of these things that they could just. I've heard people on YouTube say the craziest shit with no receipts, and the disrespect that they give the audience by not even producing any proof about what they just come out of the side. You know, people missing the side tooth. They coming out of the side tooth of their mouth with all of this crazy stuff.
Yeah,
But
bro.
we
I mean,
don't
we
want to
see it.
represent that.
You know, we see it, and everybody has a right to ask anyone who's speaking to show receipts. And
That's
this
a
is,
fact.
and I just want that to become a standard. Like anyone talking to you about wealth should be able to show you receipts. Like, let's see how you're doing on the charts that you're trading and the positions that you have. Like, I'm being transparent. Very few people show you live trades and how they're doing. What people also need to do is apply that whole standard to health. Someone says they have a product that's doing XYZ, you should be able to get videos. When this day and age, it's easy to make videos, right? So you should be able to get videos of like what's going on in people, you know what I'm saying? Like with their health. And if someone says, hey, I'm trading gold and I'm making money, let them show you their gold chart and what it looks like. What are they in? Like if I tell you I'm in oil, I have a position in oil, but I can't show you I'm 1,000 pips up or even 10 pips up, then what am I talking about? You see what I'm saying? So the bottom line, man, is that we just have to have a better standard of proof, of evidence, of people who say that they know what they're talking about. We have a lot of great talkers in our community, but talking well is not enough. I mean, I was a professional poet for over a decade. I can talk with the best of them, but that's not where the rubber meets the road, is not in talking, because if talking solved our problems, we'd be the most, problem-free people on earth, because we can talk as a people. You know what I mean? But when it comes to like the numbers and the results, we're far behind other people. And so we still have to have a different standard of excellence and a different way to measure the sincerity and the accuracy of what people actually say. And they should have no problem. If they say that they're reversing cancer, they should show you people whose cancer has been reversed. And like, so at Herbal Results, anybody who wants to talk to any of the people, like, I give you their phone numbers. And so it's helped a lot of people, because a lot of people, when you get diagnosed with cancer, you feel very alone, right? You feel very isolated and you feel like a lack of hope. And so people say, man, can I speak to this person who got their prostate cancer reversed? So I give the phone number and they call the person, they're able to talk to them, and we chop it up and they chop it up and they become friends. And so it becomes a community of healing where people are not selling wolf tickets to each other, where we're preying on each other's sense of hope because someone can talk well. So, and the same thing with trading and investing. Like, I've named my investments, and you would have known this from, us being Facebook friends. I mean, we know each other personally in real life, but like, I've been posting about Bitcoin since 2011.
Yes,
So
you have.
when I read the Bitcoin white paper, I was buying Bitcoin when Bitcoin was $100. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I have a record. Like, I was telling people, hey, you might want to buy Bitcoin. It's $100. People say, oh, it's a Ponzi scheme. $1,000 is a Ponzi scheme. $2,000 is a Ponzi scheme. $5,000. And these are the people in our community who know everything, but these people are broke.
Facts.
And then Bitcoin hits 100,000, they have nothing to say. And I've been telling people, like, buy Bitcoin. I told people to invest in Tesla in 2015.
They're allowed when negative things happen. They're allowed, not realizing even when Bitcoin go down, we get money. So you're not even saying much.
No,
You can't even stunt. Like, you don't even know how to stunt properly.
They don't get it.
You're just showing your hand that you're a hater of people doing greater than you, only because you didn't do it first, or you're not in the play. So you on the sidelines mad because the train left, and you're just wishing the train crashes and everybody on board dies, because you don't want the train to reach its destination, because that would make your ass look bad. I know the game.
Yeah.
But, what is one of the ways that the KT aliens, right? Who are very proactive, very forward thinking, very quote unquote wealth minded, health minded. How could they tap in with you on these trades, and how could they get in? Is it HERUtrades.com?
Yeah,
If they
so
wanted
this is
to
the
start,
website. This is the
okay.
website for that. It's called HERUtrades.com. I'm about to share it and just show people what they could do. We have a community of people who register. They follow my trades and they've been making money. So this is, do you see it here?
I see it.
Heru trades, you have the membership levels and the different trades that you can get into. So we have Forex pairs, which I showed people. We have cryptos, metals, indices, and stock options. So you can sign up for any one of them. There are people who sign up for all three. And it's basically a subscription, and
Is
you'll
there a
get
code that they could use coming from over
not,
here?
yeah, I don't have one, but we could probably set one up.
Yeah.
And so when you sign up, you'll get phone notifications whenever I make a trade, a push notification whenever I make a trade. We have a 1 month, and I'll just show people just so people see what they would be looking at membership levels. So we have 1 month, we have 1 week, 1 month, 3 months. I'm going to take away the 1 week registration,
Right.
because it's not every week I might make a trade, because sometimes I don't make a trade. And if you're paying for a week and I don't make a trade, then you're paying for nothing.
Right.
But I know that in a month I will make a trade of any one of these Forex pairs, cryptos. I only make trades when the setup looks right. So what happens is that if you sign up for a week and I just get into a trade just to satisfy a trade a week, it may not be the wisest trade. So I'm going to take off the 1 week, probably next week, and it'll only be 1 month registration. So that means that every month you would pay $300 and you would get access to all the trades that I make in whatever
I remember
you're interested in.
Somebody came on his show and they was doing 4,000 a month, and people on the show signed up with him, and he was a scammer.
Oh,
right.
okay,
And I made an announcement like, yo, and this was like 2020. I was like, yo, this person, I fell out with this person. I found out that they a fraud, and people went with that person.
Yeah,
so
that's
that just goes to
unfortunate,
show
man.
you the thirst that people will exhibit. And
4,000 a month is a lot.
he was once I saw it, I didn't even realize he was going to be doing that. And he got on the show, he put his email out, and I didn't, you know what I mean? I told him before we got on the show, don't share none of your personal information. Do not solicit on my channel. We was doing a workshop. He dropped his email, and it's basically he caught a bunch of people. And yeah, that's a long story, but
yeah, that's unfortunate, man. Like scammers is unfortunate because, you know, scammers, I don't really understand them psychologically, because here's what a scammer is successfully able to do. A scammer is successfully able to market. So they're able to get people to believe in them. Man, what if they actually were on point and had something of value? They'd make a lot of money. Right. Because they've solved the problem. There's people who have a lot of things of value, but people don't know who they are because they can't get the word out. So one thing with scammers is they know how to get the word out.
They know how to get the word out. There was pages that cloned me.
What is that?
There was pages in 2022 and 2023 that cloned me. They was doing way more quote unquote marketing, and they marketing was killing my shit, bro. They were marketing on TikTok and on other places way better. I don't even go on those channels, and they was killing it. I'm people sending me screenshots. Yo, did you offer me a PlayStation or Xbox or a trade in Forex? I'm like, I didn't even get into that yet. What are we talking about? I'm looking at the channel, 20,000, 30,000 followers. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, they know how to market. They definitely
know how to market.
But they're only looking for a quick lick, man. They could have customers for life if they just were legitimate. You know, so it's unfortunate, man, that scammers do that. But
it's that they don't have that clean heart.
Yeah, but you see, but this is what I'm saying is like those of us who are really presenting value, you're gonna have a track record of people who are getting results with the things that you are offering, and then it becomes, you know, it just becomes value creation, man.
Right.
And just all I can say to people, everyone listening, man, like get focused on value creation, because if you start to create value and just understand that people, in terms of commerce, economic decisions are made in terms of someone buying from you. People don't buy from you because they want to support you. This is the problem with a lot of entrepreneurs. They say, oh, please support me, support my store, support. That's not how people make buying decisions. People don't go to the gas station because they want to support the Rockefeller family. They go there because they need gas, and they know that gas is going to be, you know, legitimate, and it's convenient, and it's going to do what it says it's going to do. They're not going there because they love Rockefeller. So nobody's going to your store or buying my products or trading, you know, my trading platform because they want to support HERU. I'm like, you have to disabuse yourself of that. Please understand that people only buy because they think that they're getting a bargain. And what I mean by that is this, is that people make purchasing decisions whenever the cost is less than the value.
Right.
Listen to what I'm saying. You have to create more value than the perceived cost. Right. Because when people make decisions, they want to buy something they think is going to give them a greater return on what they're paying for, even if it's psychological. So when women buy makeup or whatever, it makes them feel better than the price that they're paying. So when people pay for like name brand Louis Vuitton or whatever, it makes them feel better than the price that they're paying. So therefore, if you are someone in business, please understand that no one is buying anything from you to support you. They're only buying from you because they feel like whatever they're buying, the cost is cheaper than the value that they're getting. So therefore, the first principles thinking is that everybody must be focused on value creation. Because when you create value, in other words, if the people who follow me are making more money than what they're spending, right?
Touchdown.
They're going to support my business more. Not because they're supporting me, it's because they're paying me $300 a month, but they're making $3,000 a month. Right.
Fair exchange, no robbery is what we say in the hood.
Yeah, but this is what I need people to understand is that people want a better return on investment than what they're spending.
Right.
So when someone buys an olive leaf bottle for $40 or $65 and it reverses their cancer, they're making an economic decision to say, if I did chemotherapy and their whole routine that they want me to do, the hospital is going to bill my insurance company $300,000 for the month, of which I have
$60,000. I didn't.
Oh yes, $300,000. It's up to $300,000. Yes, if you're in a hospital ward and you're getting treated for cancer, you go through all that thing. The bill can be as high as $300,000 for that month, and they bill your insurance company, and then you have co-pays and you have deductibles that you have to pay. So people are looking and say, "Listen, I'd rather pay $65 for a bottle of olive leaf extract,
right?
That's going to reverse my situation than to have to pay $300,000 or $30,000 or whatever." So what they're doing is they're making a value judgment that, hey, the cost of this is cheaper than the value. Because what is the value of reversing someone's cancer for them? Right? The value is through the roof.
Right.
It's priceless. So when you say to somebody, hey, and we've done it and you'll see it. Go look at the one with Dr. Kenneth Nave, and we did at the end of our conversation, we did a mathematical calculation of how much money he spent to reverse his stage 4 lung cancer that spread to his brain. And at the end of it, we figured out that he spent less than $300.
Right.
Everyone should watch that interview because he used anti-parasitic herbs. And so the point is that if our people can just be focused on value creation instead of trying to get over, understand that the customer wants to feel like they got over on you, the business owner. And I'm happy for all my customers to get over on me because I'm creating value.
Right. That's a gem right there. You done dropped it on us. Now, I'm going to leave you with this last question, my good brother.
Yeah.
Is it possible if we could set up something via the Patreon where people could sign up and register and we could basically spend a few hours and walk them through setting up their trading accounts?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. It's not a problem, man. I'll do it for your audience. Yeah.
Okay. No doubt. No doubt. Man,
and if it's a Patreon or whatever, I wouldn't take no money from it. So that money would be donated to Know the Ledge and what you've been doing, man. So
right. I want you to get our people right. You know what I mean? I'm sure that we have enough family that are going to watch the replay and enough people that are in here right now that are ready to make that move, considering we're in the new year, new energy, new flow, and with the environment and with everything going on. Like you said, it's time to apply this kinetic energy and get ourselves right. And another question that I would ask, how would getting into trading and waking up very early, how does those two go together? Can I be a late riser? Can I be somebody with a 12 or 11 a.m. quote unquote rising schedule? You know, there's some people out here that go to sleep late and wake up late. But then there's other people that wake up at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. What, in
yeah.
your humble opinion, would be more advantageous for somebody that's getting into the market?
So it depends on what you're trading. So if you're doing stock options, and this is just rule of thumb, if you're doing stock options, so the markets open, the U.S. market opens at 9:30 a.m. and it closes at 4 p.m. So if you're doing stock options, you want to be up to be able to trigger your trades, look at your charts and all that. 9:30. You don't have to be getting up at like 5 a.m. crazy hours of the days. Like that's not. You don't
They
need
got
to
other
go
markets opening
There's
up.
other markets. There are other markets.
Okay.
But in terms of the main stock market and stock options and all that, it's 9:30 to 4, and that's Monday through Friday. Okay. Now, the forex market is 24 hours a day, except it closes at 5 p.m. on Fridays and opens back at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday night. Now, in terms of trading forex, there's hundreds of pairs you can trade, different charts you can trade. So there's always going to be a setup. If you have a certain strategy that you're using, you don't necessarily need to be. So when I first started, I kept really crazy hours because I was using other people's techniques and strategies and what have you. And like, because I was trading the smaller time frames, that's a whole nother story into itself. But I developed a technique where, like I enter a trade and I'm into trade for a few months at a time.
Right.
I don't do short trades. I do long-term trades. And so I wake up when I want and I sleep when I want. Just to make a long story short.
That's sad.
Yeah, I sleep when and this is what this is really important. So when we talk about freedom and liberation for our people, the person speaking should have been able to do it for themselves and their family first.
Right.
Right.
Super fact.
So so the way that gets you out of the matrix is to be a business person, usually who creates a product, not a service, because I talked about the perils of a service-based business, but also trading and investing allows you to not have to have a job. Like I don't have to have a job ever. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't have to worry about being canceled. Nobody can cancel me.
Facts.
Because I'm making money from the markets and I'm independent. Like I'm probably
you could disappear and still win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to like punch anybody's clock. I travel when I want, I sleep when I want, I wake up when I want. I engage in the hobbies that I want because I figured out from when I was like 18, I read the autobiography of Malcolm X. I read, Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, that any system that you're trying to create for your people is a system that you should be able to create for yourself. And if you want your people to be successful, you have to be that model. Right?
The living proof.
Yeah, you have to be the model of it, that if you're speaking, you can speak from a place of intimate authority because you've been able to do it for your life. Right. And I don't think that if you haven't been able to do it for your life, you shouldn't be so arrogant to try to instruct other people to do something that you yourself have not done for yourself. So I took that to heart, man. So like everything that I felt like we need as a people, I've tried to just do it for myself and do it myself for our people. So I feel like we need to have manufacturing for Black folks who make our own things. Then, like, I have to put up my own manufacturing plants, and this is what I'm doing right now. Like, that's what I do with my excess money. I'm putting up, manufacturing factories. I've already put one up.
I need to talk to. We talked about
Yeah.
that. You brought that up the last show, and then I came across Project Prometheus with Jeff Bozo, and he raised a few $1 billion to basically resuscitate the warehouses and the factories in America.
It's
The
important.
only thing is he's putting robots in them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
but that's a whole nother conversation too, because
definitely.
That's a whole nother conversation as to how, how we actually do this play. But at the end of the day, if you don't want to be a dependent people, you're going to have to make everything that you and your people need. But it solves a huge problem, man. And I could probably end with this. I don't want to get too deep into it. I'm sure we could have more conversations. And by the way, it's always a pleasure talking to you, bro.
Likewise.
So here's the problem with a lot of Black business, and I want people to take this to heart. And this has to do with velocity of money. So what Black entrepreneurs tend to do is the opposite of what a people would need to do in terms of a systems approach to creating an insular economy. What do I mean by that? So, for instance, what happens with a lot of Black entrepreneurs, me included, so I'm not like exempt from this.
Yes.
And it's because of networks and a bunch of things that's different than what other people do. Is that what we do is we will source all of our product supply chain. So for instance, this is one of our bottles at Herbal Results. It's our olive leaf extract. But if you look at this bottle, what are the different components of the bottle? There's a label.
There's an
a
actual bottle with the top.
And there's a top. Okay, so there's 3 pieces just to get this. And then there's the liquid that's inside of it and the olive leaf and all of that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Guess what? Every time I have to make olive leaf extract, I have to buy bottles, I have to buy labels, and I have to buy caps. So what happens with our people in business is that we tend to start a business.
We don't have vertical.
And what we do is we tend to only sell to ourselves.
Right.
And source from everyone else. Whereas other cultures, what they do is they source from themselves.
Right.
And then sell to the world.
Vertical integration.
Right. So I'll give you an example. The quintessential business that we've seen in the conscious community for 20 years is the brothers and sisters selling incense.
The incense market.
Yeah.
Right.
So what they'll do is that they'll go to the Indian place and get the incense Medina. Wholesale.
Yeah.
Right? You get the
wholesale.
They get it wholesale. And then they'll set up at Black events. Pretty much only Black events, and sell the incense.
Right, or festival.
Right? Yep. So what we've done is we've sourced from others, but only sold to ourselves. So what an Indian person does, they will source the sticks from an Indian person, whatever they do to make the incense from Indian people.
Yep.
And then they sell to the world.
Yep. And they on Instagram showing you too.
And have you ever seen a Black incense seller go to an Indian event and sell incense?
Nah, they pack you up. Or if you go, you ain't making.
Or even go to a white rock event,
right?
Like a white music event, and set up a table and start selling. You'll usually see them at Black events. So what happens is that our economy becomes inverted, where we're only selling to ourselves and sourcing everything from other people. So that's why when I started Herbal Results, I wanted to make sure, one, that I didn't make it like just a Black-owned company and just sell to Black folks, because it stops the velocity of money. I sell to the world. And what I'm working on now is having different brothers and sisters that can be part of my supply chain as we expand out. What does that mean? That means that I can go to Brother Phil, say, Phil, listen, every month I buy 10,000 bottles from a bottle maker. Why don't you set up a company where you manufacture bottles, and I can guarantee you 10,000 bottles a month that I can buy from you. Facts. And guess what happens to Phil now? Phil and HERU
locked in.
Are locked in.
Got a chain.
And small arguments aren't going to make us not talk to each other.
Super facts. Because we have a vested interest in each other to win.
We're tied in each other. And guess what happens? Brother Paul says, HERU, my twin brother's going to make these bottles. I'll make the caps.
Facts.
And so guess what happens? So guess what happens?
Right.
You love it when I get a deal with Whole Foods.
Right.
Because
I'm rooting for your success. I'm incentivized to see you win rather than to tear you down, backbite you, and hate on you, and sit on the sidelines and badmind you and red eye you all day, like how a lot of people do.
Exactly, because now we have a vested financial interest with each other.
Facts.
And this is why other ethnic groups keep winning. It's not because they like each other better than Black people like each other. It's because they have a vested financial interest in each other's success. Mm-hmm. I'm ordering bottles from you. Guess what? The last thing I want to hear from you is that your factory shut down.
Super facts.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I want you to get more business. I want you to expand because you've got great prices and I'm going to work with you. And I'm ordering from you. You know, it takes time and delay to find new suppliers. So if I got a supplier and I'm happy with your price, I want you to stay in business forever. But what happens now is that now we've all built empires because as I start getting my products in grocery stores and different pharmacies, I'm making more and more orders from you and your brother. And then maybe your sister or your mama or your cousin got a label company and I'm ordering from her.
From her, right.
So now we're
employing.
Yeah.
Right. We're sourcing.
We're sourcing from each
getting
other.
labor.
We're sourcing from each other and we're selling to the world.
To the world. Can I leave you with this? Because I want to add on that the breakthrough that happened in the world of AI is that they created the tools to whereas I could now translate this show into French, Mandarin, Portuguese, in Spanish, and send it around the world. So we're not stuck in this one quote unquote marginalized market or niche. I could spread this to the world because now I could change our voices. I went to Colombia recently and I lived the language barrier. I saw what it really is in real life, and it was so uncomfortable that I was like, I'm not doing that again until we figure this out, because they was literally looking at me in my face talking crazy. Exactly. And I didn't even know what was going on. They was talking about look, I got my phone and I'm recording it, right? I got it turned over. I'm talking, but I'm recording everything, and they going off. I go back to my hotel. I translate the audio. They talking right in front of me about ripping me off. Yeah, straight like absolutely. That. Like, yo, let's raise this thing up. Yeah. For USD. Let's get him for his money and whatnot. I was like, I ain't doing it. Yeah, I understand people work off of ain't that much body language in the world. AI. So then right after that,
it's real. I went to El Salvador by myself a couple years ago when they made Bitcoin legal tender. Yes. I went through the same thing you went through, but I had Google Translate with me. So look, every time I was talking, it was giving me Spanish right back. Right. And I was going right back to, everyone around me.
I thought I was slick, right? I didn't get the eSIM chip. So I only had Wi-Fi inside of the Wi-Fi spot.
You didn't get data.
So I'm in the cab. I'm pulling up Google Translate like, no, poquito español. and the Wi-Fi not working. And they talking fast and everything. I'm like, nah, we gotta fix this. So I fixed it. Technology caught up, rightfully so. Everything I found the tools that I need, but now I could think globally with no restrictions. I'm not bothered by that anymore. We done figured it out. And now like you said, I'm looking at the world market. I ain't looking at the local joker market. the local Joko market is where we'll do the manufacturing and things of that. But I'm like,
Yes.
yo, I done expanded the operations, y'all. I'm not even playing in these markets no more. Respectfully, y'all gotta catch me. You know what I'm talking about? You need a visa to catch me through my dance.
Talk the things,
Yeah.
as we say in Jamaica.
Yeah,
talk
you gotta
the
catch
things,
a visa
man.
to do my damn. My shit spread out different places.
No,
Like
it's
I'm
real.
beyond this border.
That's real. That's why people see me in Africa half the time, because people have no idea what's going on in Africa, man. Africa is like, you know what Africa is, and like I laugh when people try to like downplay Africa just because of the miseducation people have and the self-hatred. People don't like what they see in the mirror when they look in the mirror, so they want to be everything but African, you know. And the thing is like it's the most valuable piece of real estate on earth in terms of like raw materials. And if you know anything about like supply chain logistics and supply chain science, that's where you want to have your factories, right? Where the raw materials are. Because what China's doing, China is extracting the raw materials in Africa, and then they are reformulating it in China and then selling it to the world market. So when African entrepreneurs actually set up factories in Africa, we bypass the Chinese and get straight to the raw materials, and we now sell the finished products from the land. Because what the Chinese are doing is they're basically giving African countries loans to make roads, but all of these roads are going straight to like the forests and where the mineral deposits are, straight to the port. They're going straight to the port to ship everything to China.
Ship it out.
But so when I'm looking at this and I'm like, yo, this is ripe for the picking, in the sense of like, I look at people and I laugh when they're downplaying Africa. I'm like, listen, let's not even get into like history and all that. Okay, fine. You look just like me, you black, but you're not black. You ain't got nothing to do with Africa. What about your sense of greed? Like if you like people don't know, and you can look this up. Do you know that in terms of international investments in the world, the highest return on investment for international investors is Africa?
Straight up.
Like that's the highest return on international investments is Africa. Now, if you set up factories to actually make finished goods to end users, and you do it from Africa, you're going to make the most money. You're going to make, I mean, you know, this is a whole show we could do unto itself, but I mean, man, I'm plugged into this. So this is why I'm in Africa all the time. I'm just laughing and I'm smiling because I already know what's going on, and I know how much money can be made. And it's just like, people have, when you go on a plane, right? When you go to like New York, JFK, and you go on a plane to Africa, half the people on the plane going to Africa is Europeans, is white
Europeans. Yep, straight up.
You know, and it's like black folks don't understand that like investing in Africa is like right now is like investing in Amazon
when
in
it
2000.
First dropped. Right. Early Apple and Nike.
Yes. So it's like, you know, it is what it is, man. I'm not going to argue with people. I run the numbers. I run the numbers and I just laugh. Like I laugh at the arguments people have and the back and forth and the, you know, the hatred of our own people. I mean, you got a continent with the most black folks on earth, but people, you know, black folks are made to hate it. And it's okay, because at the same time, man, I'm in Africa. I meet so many brothers and sisters from America. It's unbelievable.
Oh no,
there's a huge migration. You know who's in Rwanda? You know who picked up everything, moved to Rwanda?
Who?
You know the rapper Dana Dane?
Yeah, Nightmare.
He lives in Africa now. He lives in Rwanda.
In Rwanda.
Yeah.
Doing his thing.
Yeah.
Did they make him a king of a village yet?
No. He's just there, man. He's there. He lives there with his wife. They moved from California to Rwanda like a year ago.
Dope. So Khalees is out there. You know Khalees?
She's in Kenya. She got a farm. She's doing
You seen her? You seen her on the farm?
I have not been to any of Khalees's property, but
you want to go to the farm with me? I was thinking about pulling up on a horse.
Any time. I plan to be in Kenya in probably 2 months. I'm supposed to be in Uganda. It's right next door to Kenya. So my wife wants to go to Nairobi. So she wants to live in Nairobi. So we're going to check out Nairobi. I've spent time there.
Yeah.
I like the beach more. So like, you know, I don't know if you've ever, well, whenever you go, we're going to have to go to like what they call the Indian Ocean side.
Yeah, Kenya. I got invited to Kenya. So
yeah, that's Mombasa. Yeah, that's Mombasa, Diani Beach, Malindi, those types of places. You'll love it, man. It's like sand, white beaches.
I've been hearing, man. I've seen pictures. I've heard
reggae music. You know what I'm
man.
saying? Like,
What's your thought on
mangoes.
Joburg?
What is it?
What's your thoughts on Joburg, South Africa?
Well, I've never been to Johannesburg, so I've spent
That's where we're gonna go together.
8 African countries. What I was looking at for South Africa is a place called Durban, which is on the beach.
Yes.
I'm spoiled, you know what I'm saying? Because I lived in the Caribbean for a decade, man. You know, I've lived in Jamaica and Virgin Islands and Barbados. I'm partial to Caribbean lifestyle, the beach, you know what I'm saying? And coconuts and all of that. So, so I'm into that. But like, yeah, I mean, Joburg, you know what's really interesting about Joburg, what I've researched and saw about Joburg, man, the cost of living, like you can get a house in Joburg, like a modern, what I'm talking about, like a just built house with 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms and showers. You can get that for like $200,000. Talking about like a 4,000 square foot house in modern, like looks
Correct me if I'm wrong though. With over there, you got to bring you can't finance. You got to bring the whole 200 with you to get it.
No, there's ways to finance. They have finance vehicles, particularly for people in America as well,
especially with crypto
too. No, people have channels on this. Like there are channels of like Black Americans who've moved to South Africa who have basically given you game. I mean, next time I come on, I can share some of the channels with you, man. But
yeah, we're gonna do the Africa show. I got some people that I want to bring. We'll do a panel and whatnot, so we can have this Africa convo.
I mean, you know, it's very important because it's important for people to know what options are available. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, the way things are going in America, if you feel like America is the only thing on earth, then you're missing out on the rest of the earth. Because when you're outside of America, man, you feel a freedom that you just didn't know existed. And this is every single. See, I can speak about it because I was born in Africa, but I was raised in Chicago. Right. Raised in Chicago, went to school in Boston, you know, spent a good part of my early adulthood in Miami. So like, I know America very well. I've lived in California. I mean, I know America very well, but I've also lived in the Caribbean and I've lived in Africa. So I have a wide range.
Well-rounded, right.
Yeah, of global experiences.
You got a global footprint.
And real relationships, you know what I mean? Like real people, you know what I'm saying? And so I can make a pretty good assessment. I can just tell you that like, if you don't diversify your movements, you're shooting yourself in the foot, man. It's good to exercise that passport and see what's available to you because you might find a place where you finally have peace of mind.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this last question. I don't mean to cut your wisdom. Finish your thought.
No, that's all good, man.
So on Monday, and we talked about how they make moves on the weekend that affect the market on Mondays, right? That's a very interesting, you know what I mean? You got, so on Monday, ICE is going to come to the airports to help the TSA. I've said on the show, when I came back from Colombia, Spirit was like, that airport shit is dead. It already told me this is, you know what I mean? You know, it just said, not that it's dead. It was like, this trip will be the last time you see the airport like this. The next time you go back to the airport, everything will be different. How is ICE going into the airports going to affect the airline stocks? Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, I think that
on
travel, Monday. I mean, the stocks are going to go down tremendously. People are not going to be traveling as much. First of all, there's a thing going right now with the TSA. People aren't getting paid. So
that's why ICE is coming in.
Yeah. So a lot of people aren't traveling right now because the wait times are crazy. Flights are being canceled crazy. Yeah. So you're going to see a lot of international travel is going to be affected. A lot of domestic travel is going to be affected. And the price of tickets are going to go up dramatically because the price of oil is going to go up. So the price of fuel
help
goes
us
up.
Hedge those bets?
Yeah, I mean, you could start looking at doing put options on some of the main airline companies like American Airlines, Delta. All their stocks are available on Robinhood to look at. Like you could do put options tomorrow if y'all want. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what we call kinetic knowledge.
If there's anybody out there that's about to act dummy, it's goddamn Spirit and the other Frontier. You know what I'm saying? The Soul Plane Airlines. You know they about to act crazy because they charge for water.
Yeah. It's crazy. They're gonna be charging you for air up in that piece. But you see, the thing is like, again, I'm gonna share this with y'all right now because we've been having a great conversation, and I told y'all what like happens like in the process of time. And I said this to you all. I literally said this to y'all is that as we're talking, I'm going to be making money on the price of oil. So yes. I'm going to show you where I'm at now. Remember, we started with 800 pips. Yes. I want you now to see where I'm at. You can share it with people. You can share it with the audience.
Yeah, that's kinetic right there. That's kinetic. That's moving.
Yeah, I'm at 1,100 pips.
To this day.
You know,
to this day.
Again, I'm just showing and proving like this is not fairy tale stuff. This is not me waxing poetic about what's happening in the world. I'm just putting my money where my mouth is. I'm putting my risk where the reward is. And as the price goes up, the consumer class is going to be complaining, but those who've invested are going to be laughing all the way to the bank. So that's just what it is. And you just have to make a decision who you want to be. Because I remember when we spoke, you can share this with your audience before we sign out. When we spoke, you said that you were getting some type of flack, people, you know, making judgments of, oh, you're benefiting from the war.
Right. I also put myself in that category too. I said I had a morality issue about basically putting money into this quote unquote market during the war because spiritually I didn't want to bet against, or I didn't want to have any type of financial obligation towards the empire.
Right. And what was my response to you?
That's when you hit me with the consumer versus investor spiel.
Yeah. I mean, you could be a permanent consumer if you want, which makes you a permanent victim. Or you can use the knowledge that you have to, like, let's just take the Hurricane Katrina example.
Yes.
You know the Hurricane Katrina is coming.
Right.
And you know that oil is going to go up. And there's nothing you can do about it. You taking a position on oil is not going to stop Hurricane Katrina from doing what it's going to do. Right. Let's just say that you're in New Orleans. And let's just say that you could have gotten a $300,000 lick off of that.
Right.
Well, now you got $300,000 and you can engage in your own private rescue efforts.
Right. You could be a benefit.
People. Yeah,
right. I could turn that into a benefactor.
Because you decide what you're going to do with that money. You could have actually leased helicopters with that $300,000 and gotten people off of roofs.
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fact.
You could have gotten boats to stop people from drowning. You could have dealt with relief supplies on your own because you were able to use kinetic knowledge. See, it's what you do with the information is what you do with the money that makes a determination on the type of person that you are. But don't tell me that I can be able to predict that Trump is about to mess up because he's very talented at bankrupting things. I know he's going to bankrupt. Yeah, I know he's going to bankrupt America. So I can't stop him. But what I can do is I can leverage my knowledge to creating a better life for myself, my family, and my people. Period. Other than that, what you're telling me to do, other than that, what you're telling me to do is go work a 9 to 5 and get an hourly wage. That's what you're telling me.
And be in my feelings.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so anybody who would want to criticize you for making money off of the price of oil going up, ask them what other solutions they have. And they usually have none. And those same people are usually working for white corporations. You see what I'm saying? So, nah, man, don't take it seriously.
Right.
Don't take it seriously. And I'm going to tell you right now, the main people who have a analysis about capitalism and all, we need to talk about that. Because a lot of people don't even have the right definition of capitalism. They don't even know what capitalism is. It's just a boogeyman word. You ask them to define it, they can't. And they don't understand how economics works and markets work. And the reason why you know that they don't understand is because most of these people are broke themselves. And the thing is that they don't have anything against money, because we know that, because if you were to give them a winning lottery ticket, they would not throw it away. Not only that, these same
Say that
people
again?
know, if you were to give them a winning lottery ticket, they would not throw it away. And not only that, they have no problem borrowing money from you.
Ooh.
Right? They have no problem borrowing money from you, asking you for a loan because they're behind on this and that. They have no problem borrowing you money from you.
They'll see you win, right?
Yeah.
They'll see you hit a lick, and they will hit you with the sob story.
Of course.
They'll shake a cup on your ass. They will shake you down. I've seen it so many times.
Of course. And these are the same people who you told to buy Bitcoin when it was $100, and now they could have made 100x their money, but they didn't. But they rather just borrow the money from you, at the same time curse you for being a capitalist. And what you start finding out is, like, a lot of people with this analysis, they're just people who have failed economically, and so they want to justify their failure by. And I'm not saying that this system is a great system. It's not. I'm not saying that, like, a system that puts money over people is good. What I'm saying is that wherever you find yourself as a human being, I don't care if you're in China, I don't care if you're in Panama, I don't care if you're in Ghana, I don't care if you're in New York City, you had better learn that economic system and learn how to thrive in that economic system for the sake of yourself and your family.
Facts.
And what people have done is they've taken failure as an excuse not to learn and to better themselves. And you see this in, like, all types of cycles. And so they hate the system, not because they have a moral gripe with the system. They hate the system because they've been losers in the system. And so you need to be able to differentiate between those people. They will try to moralize it on the back end, but a lot of times, if they were to win a lottery ticket, they would cash in that money. These are the same people who make you feel bad for having money or getting money through the markets. They have no money getting money through the lottery system or, you know, through any other means. Right. So a lot of these criticisms are not valid criticisms. They're not actually serious. They're just looking to be contrarians because they, on the board, are actually losers. And the thing is that it's okay to recognize that you're a loser, man. Like, it's okay as long as you recognize it and don't pretend, because once you realize that you're a loser, just like it's okay. It's okay to recognize that you're overweight. Right. Once you recognize that, then you can take steps to changing that, because anybody can turn around their economic circumstances. I remember the days I had $10 in my bank account.
Right. Me too.
Like, I remember that. It was like I got out of law school. Like, I remember that. I got out of law school. I took the Florida bar, and I was living in South Beach, and I was down to my last $10, man. And I literally was going around to surf shops trying to get a job because I only had
Wait a minute. You was living on South Beach when I was living out there, correct?
So when we met, my situation had changed, because when I first moved to South Beach, I had just graduated from law school. Right. And I was very upset that I had to take the bar exam, because I was like, this is a scam. Like, I just finished exams at my law school and just passed that. Now you want me to take another exam? You know what I'm saying? And then I went ahead and did that, passed the bar exam. And I was like, damn, what am I going to do now? I didn't really want to be a lawyer. I really went to law school to kind of learn jurisprudence, but not to be a lawyer. Right. But I had $10 left, bro. And literally, I only had $10 left. And somehow I was made aware of a brother, and I'll never forget his name, and I always owe this brother. He's an older brother, older lawyer. His name is William Ferguson. And he had a law office, which was a house that he turned into a law office. And one of the lawyers there was becoming a judge. His name was Gordon Murray. He was becoming a judge, and so he was leaving. And so there was a empty office. Right. And someone told me, contact Bill Ferguson. I called Bill Ferguson and said, and he heard I was a brother. He said, yeah, you sound like a brother. Come see me tomorrow. Right. Man, I'll never forget this.
Brother Network.
I went the next day. I saw him, and he was like, yo, I have all these cases I don't want. I actually have a probate case that's a big estate. I don't want. I've been sitting on it for 3 years. I don't want to do it. You do it. We can split the money. So right then and there, he gave me something. And he looked at me. He looked at me. It was like, you have a suit? And I was like, not really. He said, what size are you? And he gave me a suit, man. I'll never forget this. I'm 25 years old.
Right.
And this brother just he gave me an office. He gave me a law office.
An office and a suit. He
gave me an office. He said, you don't have to pay me any rent until you get on your feet. And I'll never forget this. And at that point, I had a law office and I started getting clients. I got the clients he didn't want to take. And so I practiced law for about 1.5 years doing that until I closed that probate case and got a lick.
Right.
So I got a lick off the probate case, split the money with Bill, and I retired from practicing law and started doing other things.
Wait a minute.
And when you met me, I had retired. I had already gotten my lick.
You just did it for you retired after one case though?
It was a big lick, bro.
Oh, it was a big okay.
Yeah, it was a big lick. It was a pretty
one.
big lick at the time, and I didn't have much expenses, and so at that time, my poetry career was taking off. I was starting to get booked. A lot of people don't know, like a lot of people know me as HERU the poet, and I was doing poetry for a decade professionally. And like I would get booked at colleges to do poetry. They were giving me $5,000 every show. So I got into the college scene. And so like a lot of people doing the slam poetry stuff, like, you know, you go to different places and you travel, maybe you do a feature. I didn't do any of that. I went straight to the colleges because they were paying. They had to, you know, what happened was that when I was in university, I was the president of our Black student union. And so I knew that the student union, every student group gets a budget every year.
They got a bag.
And you got to spend it, because if you don't spend it, they give you less money.
They give you they got bags to
spend. So I tapped into that network where they would bring me to the university. Even if 2 people showed up, I still got a check. If 500 people show up, I still get a check.
You know something that I never told you?
Yeah.
That when I hadn't recorded a song prior to when I saw you and you came, I think I came to someone's house, or you might have came to my house, but I know that my mother was the liaison that introduced us, Mama. And I saw you recording, right? Now, keep in mind, this is 2003. And I try to explain to people that things like recording a song or making clothes, we're not talking about the internet era of today where you could Google things and just YouTube University things. I hadn't seen things like that before. I wasn't privy to being in sessions like that. I didn't even know how to make a t-shirt back in those days. I had to actually go to a warehouse, and I was blown away. I saw silk screen machines, heat press machines. I didn't know what none of these things were. And I saw the process in which you were recording. And what it did is it gave me the confidence. I recorded my first song in 2005 when I came to Brooklyn, to New York. It was about Katrina, of all things, right? It was about I was so hurt. Because I witnessed Katrina during the Essence Fest that year. I was working at the Super Bowl, the Superdome, right? And I was around a lot of children, a lot of mothers, just a lot. I fell in love with Katrina. I fell in love with New Orleans. I fell in love with so many Black people at Essence. I was just blown away. Then it happened. Katrina happened. That was in July. Katrina happens in August. So I was crushed. So I went to New York, and I finally had the confidence to put my voice on track. But it was seeing you cook up in the studio, and you know, you had some queens with you, you know what I'm saying? Y'all was just vibing and everything. I think you had put like a mattress up instead of for the booth to to block the sound and everything. And I was like, yo, this brother he's cooking, and you know what I mean? He's cooking right here. Like, I'm not used to seeing stuff like this.
Yeah, we were doing things. We were really on Kuji Chagalia time. We had an arts collective of poets called Black Light Arts Collective. Some of the best poets I ever heard. But this is what allowed me to spend a lot of time in New York, because, you know, I got to meet a lot of the New York poets, and they would come down to my place called Spoken Word with No Apology. And, you know, so I was doing poetry professionally for 10 years, man.
Was you connected to Ingrid B by any chance?
Yeah. I know Ingrid. I've performed at her place many times when I was younger.
Do you know Duo Live?
You were managing them, man. And you were managing them. Yeah. And they used to come they seen me perform. I seen them perform as well.
They
man.
talk highly of you, right? They
Yeah,
spoke
man.
highly of you because
Yeah, I mean, we were
your
doing
pen
it.
game was crazy. Like out of the family, if y'all have the go search for his poetry. The man is a force of nature with the poetry. I'm sure y'all could see from his spiel that he's very poetic and he's an intellect. But
We
his
got an
cadence,
album. We got a new album coming out soon. I'm working with
okay,
brother
that's what's up.
Jelani from Bamboo Station. It's a new art form I'm calling spoken dub. So it's not like dub poetry and it's not spoken word. I mean, we can do a whole show on it, but really what I'm doing is I'm merging roots reggae music with blues.
Yeah.
The Black American blues with the ancestral poetic tradition of Africa, the people we call Jolly Kunda. The Jolly Kundas, which the French would call griots, but it's a Jolly Kunda. So Jolly Kundas are they're charged with knowing the history of the people and being able to recite the history of the people at the drop of a dime. And many times the recitation can take hours at a time. So I mean, you've seen my shows. You saw my show at the National Black Theater. It was a 2-hour show.
Yeah,
so
It was a performance.
I was
performance
trained.
art.
Yeah, I trained myself to be able to perform 3 hours straight without a break. And so this is just the training that we went through doing poetry. But what happened was that I ended up getting malaria at World Music Festival in Nigeria. And
the mosquitoes got your ass.
Yeah, they got me. And when you get malaria, you get very lucid dreams. And in the thrust of the whole middle of the malaria, I was having these lucid dreams, and a voice came to me that said, there are no magic words that's going to save our people. And that hit me hard, man, as a poet, because I was writing poetry to hopefully change the consciousness of our people, right? And that's why I used to go so hard. That's when you see me perform, I would be going hard.
You was very intense.
Yeah. But when I saw that, I couldn't debate with that voice that I heard, and that it was clear to me that the people who run the world are businessmen.
So you mean to tell me we got to thank a goddamn mosquito for getting you in the game?
Yeah, in terms of serious business, yeah, because I might have still been doing poetry. And so I realized that I was talking too much.
Right.
I'm talking, I'm getting paid to talk.
You're a professional talker.
Yeah, but there's business that needs to be done. There's business systems, there's factories that need to be built, there's things that need to be done. And I realized that I was falling short of my potential. So I stopped doing poetry, literally cold turkey. I stopped, and I started getting into business on a serious level.
Wow.
And so that's why I'm at where I'm at now, because based on first principles, if you really want to change the condition of our people, you have to choose the route that has the most effectiveness in changing people. And the way that you change people's behavior is that you have to control the environment. And the only way that you can control the environment is if you can hire people and control capital.
Right.
And the only people who can really do that are the business people and the bankers. And so it became clear to me that we need more Black conscious business people, because our problem is not that Black folks ain't got money. The problem is the wrong Black folks got money.
Right.
That's the problem. The wrong Black folks got
the
money.
wrong ones. You feel me? Because I know some Black people, if they had their money right, we'd be in a way better place. Yo, it's crazy that you mentioned what you did, because I had similar awakenings to whereas I'm doing management. I'm living pretty good in Miami. I would have to ask people because I don't, I can't self-reflect. I don't know how I came across the people before I became Red Pill. I don't know what energy I was holding. I don't know how people saw me, right?
No, man, you were cool, man. You were cool, man. You were a real cool brother. When I met you, Red Pill, Blue Pill, all that pill, I just knew you as Phil.
Right.
And I met you and your brother. And it was through the prodding of your mother. Your mother was like, you got to meet my sons. Y'all would have a lot in common. And so when we finally met, we always locked in and we were always cool. We never had any problems. It's always been.
Oh, no. I wasn't no problems. It wasn't a problem thing. I just know that I wasn't as, I was a little rough around the edges, I would say. Because I still, my feet was in the street, right?
Yeah.
And spirit came to me and was like, this ain't gonna be, this is not sustainable. Like there has to be more to this. This is not enough. And when I went to New York just on a whim, right, to help out Blue, and I wound up going to my grandfather, and he brought me to 125th Street because I was watching the DVDs and I became familiar with the Sonetta and all of that stuff. And I just had a vision. It just came to me like this. You need to be right here. And I didn't know what was gonna come out of that. I didn't know. I was selling T-shirts on 125th Street, my brother, for $15. Like there wasn't no future in that. You know what I'm talking about?
But your T-shirts are fire, and I still have them.
Oh yes, they are.
I still have them. I have the KINETIC T-shirts that you have with the King Tut and all of that.
Yes,
I still have them. Next time I come on the show, I'm gonna wear them.
You're a legend for that. Thank you. Yes. So I'm just so happy that I get to speak to somebody who I admire and that I've always admired and looked up to. And you know, from when you were performing, you know, you turn into another, you know, you turn into a higher version of yourself in performance. Like many people get mounted. It's just your artistry. You feel me? So your artistry, your the version of you that becomes that artist. It was like, yo, this brother is locked in. You know what I mean? He's channeling. Like I was seeing you channeling, and it's like now you're channeling on a higher level. It's just that it's more refined. Like that crude oil has been refined. It's just levels to it. Not to say that it wasn't refined before, but I know that we're tapping into higher levels now. So it's like to reconnect and to be here in front of thousands of people and whatnot. It does my heart very well because that's my measurement. I can't measure myself unless I kind of tap in with people who could bring me back to where I started. If that makes any sense. It's hard for me to measure my growth and my development with people who just know red pill. It's like you can't measure me because you don't even know where I came from. You don't know who I was. You don't know my journey. You don't really know my story like that. But those who know my story, those who was in the mud with me, it's like those would be, and then especially when they're growing and when they have evolved, it's a win-win. It's
absolutely.
A win-win.
So. Absolutely, man. As we say, iron sharpen iron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I love what you all have done with your platform. And you've been doing this consistently. And even when we've gone years without talking, but that doesn't mean I wasn't aware of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, I'm watching what you're doing. I'm seeing the platforms that you're creating. You're creating a media channel. You've got people who trust the messages that you make. You got loyal listeners and followers. You have a real media empire that you've built, you and your brother, man. So it's like, salute to y'all. And, you know, I've been doing what I've been doing. And the fact that we can come together like Voltron to bring value to your listeners in a real way, like in a real way where like
kinetic way.
Yeah, where like people who've listened to this show can literally track everything that I talked about and confirm it. And you can actually engage in it and replicate the results. And that's what it's all about, man. You got health issues. Now you know that herbal results exist, and you might not have known about it before. It's because of the Red Pill Show. So the thing is that, like I told you, bro, last time I was on your show was like maybe a little bit before October.
Yeah.
Within that time, we've had, I think, 3 to 4 cancer reversals of people who listen to your show. Who contacted me and were like, I saw you on Red Pill and this and that. And one of the brothers that you're talking about, his mother, I think his brother's named Gary.
Yeah.
His mother came to the lecture because of him watching your show. And his mother,
I met him.
Yeah, Mama June.
She was beautiful, man. They were both beautiful. It made my heart smile.
Yeah, well, they just did a testimonial. You know, she had high blood pressure and she was getting kidney failure.
Right.
And Gary and the mother contacted me and let me know her no longer high blood pressure and her kidney failure has reversed. Her kidneys are completely fine now. And that's because of your show. And I think Gary was on at the beginning. I don't know if he's still on, but I think in the comment section, he said it was me and that was my mother. But the point of this, if it is this, is that we exist to bring value.
Right.
And we focus on consistently bringing value to our people start understanding what the level of excellence needs to be, not only that's required of us, but it's also required of themselves. So everybody listening and watching, please understand that this is an exercise and not just you getting to know about what me and Red Pill are doing, but it's also an exercise to start taking an inventory of your own life and start making an honest assessment of, have you been engaged in excellence, and are you actually producing the value that you know that you're capable of? One of the quotes that I read some time ago that was like very moving to me was, if there was somebody spying on you for the last 2 to 3 months,
Right.
for every second of the day, someone was secretly spying on you,
NSA.
would they believe that you're serious about attaining your goals that you say that you want?
Right.
And everyone should ask that question.
Yeah, who are you when no one is looking?
When you think no one is looking, if someone has been spying on you, would they get the impression that, damn, this is a serious person about achieving their goals? And everyone should do an audit. Every couple months, I do an audit of myself and my behavior. Like, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, without ego, and to say, man, I could have done better with this, or I wasted time with this. And you do that, you start improving your outcomes, and you bring more value to the world, and you become a person worth knowing and a person worth writing about, where there becomes evidence, because there's billions of people who have lived, but only a few people have been written about.
That's a fact. Immortalization.
Yeah. No. And that has to do with the value that you bring into people's lives, particularly if you've spoken about in a good way. And fact. So I'm very clear that I've had a great life, man. I've probably had some of the best love and affection and that any man could receive. My only goal at this point is creating value and leaving behind a legacy that makes a huge difference in the things that I care about, because I only really want 2 things on my gravesite. I wanted to say, he meant what he said.
Right.
Right. He meant what he said, and he did it his way. That's it.
You know that we could 3D print statues now.
Yeah.
You might have to send some of that crypto money over here and get that shit started, because we could get you a statue in Ghana, my guy.
Yeah, right? No, but it's not even a statue. I just want everyone should want on their gravesite, he or she, if you're a woman, you know, he meant what he said and he did it his way. That's it.
Right. That's it.
That's all I want. That's all I want. He meant what he said.
Right.
And listen, and this is the real litmus test of how serious you are, is based on the respect your enemies have for you.
Talk about it.
Right? Like
we're seeing that in real time.
Yes. If your enemies at your death can say he was formidable and he meant what he said, that's all that matters.
Right. Hold on. We got to big that up, right? That right there. That is a mother effing bar. There you go, Gary.
To this day.
Oh, that's Gary.
To this
that's
day.
Gary right there.
Gary, what's goody, man?
Yeah,
yes, sir. Salute to you and your Umi, man.
Yeah,
you really,
your mother, man.
Yeah, when I met you, Gary, you made my day, man. You made my heart smile, bro. You know what I mean? Beautiful family. Please continue to shine your light, you know what I mean, and take great advice when it's given to you. Because you took that advice of, yo, HERU's gonna be in Atlanta, y'all should pull up. You jumped on that, and that was the best thing that you did right there. So salute to you for being a great just being a doer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I you know, Gary sent me a testimony of his mother, and we got a few edits that we have to make. We're gonna have that up soon, but you know, nothing's more pleasurable, because literally it was the medications that she was taking that was giving her kidney failure, and the fact that we were able to identify that, and then, you know, the other side of it too is that we have to big up his mother for actually taking it seriously. She took it seriously, saw her numbers drop. She goes to her doctor, and the doctors are like, "What's happening? kidneys are back alive. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're shocked, but first principles thinking, like if you've got medication, high blood pressure medication that literally says on it kidney failure is a side effect. What you got to do now is just solve the blood pressure problem through natural means. And what is the true cause of blood pressure? And so we have that solution. And his mother was just serious about it. She stayed away from the sugar and the foods that cause the inflammation of the arterial walls, which then creates the byproduct of high blood pressure. So high blood pressure is not a disease. It's actually an effect of inflammation. It's
We definitely got to do a health show dealing with the parasites. I might call it ping pong and parasites, but the health show is a must.
We'll do it. We'll do it, man. And you know, people can just announce it ahead of time, and people come on with your families, and people can ask any questions they want. You know what I'm saying?
So AMA, ask me anything.
Ask me anything. Ask me anything, and I'm going to show and prove to you. I'm not going to just tell you what I think. I'm going to show you the studies that back up what I'm saying, and I'll show you testimonials that's backing up what I'm saying, because what I want is, I don't want to be your guru, and I don't want to be your leader. I've seen how we treat our leaders. So I don't want to be nobody's leader. What I want to do is I want to point you in the direction of the methodology of how I got my answers, so that I may replicate myself. Because a lot of people tell me, HERU, you on record, you know, a lot of people who care about me, man, you're reversing cancer, you're reversing all these things. Aren't you scared that they're going to come after you? And my whole thing is like, well, number one, all of the people who I respect and read history, they put their lives on the line for our people. So like,
they came after them, right?
Yeah. Why should I be exempt from that? That's number one. I'm honored for that. And then number two, I've replicated myself too many times. Like I've taught people my methodology that like you can't. And that's the problem a lot too with people who are at the forefront of information. They try to hoard it to themselves, to be the only. But then what happens is that when they're taken out, all that library of information is gone.
It's burned to the ground. Kill the man, kill the plan.
My thing is just replicate myself and teach people my methodology, so that you can just learn how to do what I do, and then you can spread it on. So it's like each one teach one. So I'm never going to give you a yes or no answer. I'm going to give you the methodology as to how I found out how to reverse cancer, how to reverse diabetes, how to reverse high blood pressure, the step-by-step approach. And you can employ it for yourself for all different types of illnesses. And you start to see all roads lead to the same place, and you get these results. You know what I'm saying?
Super facts. This is going to be the last one. And this is the reason why I wanted to put this on the screen, is because I'm sure that there are a lot of people that may be asking the same question. I know that you've broken down how parasites are some of the main causes to a lot of the ailments that people are suffering under, just under scientific names and whatnot. But it is this parasite infection. So what is your simplest way in your term of removing parasites from the body?
Okay. Before I answer that, I'd like to show people that there's been, some people may be aware, I don't know, have you seen the recent document that's been released by the through FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, with the CIA? Have you seen that?
This, which one?
It's a recent, it was released like a month ago.
Okay.
And it's been declassified. And it's a letter from the CIA. In the CIA, I'm going to share it on screen so that people like
could see it.
Yeah, so people can see it. I'm just gonna share this with y'all. I want to make it big so you can see it. Let me see the title. Let me try to make it bigger, because you know people should see this and just realize that like we're not making these things up. Let me try this. Let's just put CIA parasites cancer. So the CIA has been knowing about the relationship between cancer and parasites for a long time. And I want to give you all the document. And that's why I've written in my book, the whole relationship between parasites and cancer.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns
that's the book you just put out on your website, correct?
Yeah, it's on my website.
Okay.
But there is a letter, and I want to bring it up. And I know
in the meantime, between time, hit that like button. Please share this show like y'all like people share rumors and whatnot. Spread the show. I need to see the numbers of the replay go into the thousands. I need to know that everybody who witnessed this live cares about their community. Share it like they share them UFO videos, like they share the videos about all type of topics that are being talked about and whatnot in this community that people are enthralled with. There's these late night convos and whatnot.
Yeah.
Please share this.
All right, I'm going to share this with you all. I want you all to look at this because people like to talk about conspiracy theories and all of that. And that's just a phrase that the CIA came up with to discredit people, because there are certainly theories and then there are conspiracies, which just means, you know, two or more people had an agreement to do something nefarious. So check this out. All right. Here's the title and everyone can look it up. This is it right here. Do you see it?
Biochemical resemblance
between endoparasites and malignant tumors. This is from October 1950.
Damn. Okay.
Okay. And Central Intelligence Agency confidential report number is 50X1-HUM.
Okay.
1950. Subject scientific medicine. This is documents that they got from the Soviet Union.
Okay.
It's published in Leningrad, and then they made this top secret. Okay, so
yes,
the title. Let me see if I can scroll down. I'm trying to scroll down, y'all. Or maybe I have to make it.
That's small. The CIA blocking you. They like, hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it. Okay, here we go. So. Biochemical resemblance between endoparasites and malignant tumors. Professor V.V. Alpatov. And let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Endoparasites and malignant tumors resemble each other in many respects by reasons of similar conditions under which they grow and exist. This suggested long ago the idea in regard to the parasitic nature of tumors. Parasitic worms which live in intestines exhibit a pronounced anaerobic metabolism. They deposit in their bodies large quantities of glycogen. The accumulation of glycogen is one of the properties which they share with tumors. The tissues of both intestinal parasitic worms and cancer tumors belong to the amphibiotic, urobiotical, serofermentor type. They are characterized by a metabolism involving incomplete oxidations. And they keep going on.
Oh, man.
Incomplete oxidations under aerobic conditions and are at the same time adapted to something oxidation. And they talk about it at length. It's a 2-page paper. Anyone can look at it. The title is Biochemical Resemblance Between Endoparasites and Malignant Tumors. Now,
you could run that. I'm sorry. You could literally run that through the AI. You could upload it into any of the chat bots and say, just translate this and write it out.
Yeah.
It will do all of that.
Yeah. And so I have documentation of studies from 1893 on the parasitic origin of cancer. Like, they've known about this for years.
You said 1893?
Okay. It's in my book, but
right.
I'm gonna just share this with you. Because you asked a very good question. And parasitic origin of cancer, anyone can look at it. It's in the New England Medical Journal. I'm gonna share the study with y'all. I mean, I can go, this is a whole lecture I could do. Here it is. The parasitic origin of cancer. Here's one here. All right. I'm going to share this tab. Do you see New England Journal of Medicine?
Yes, I do.
The parasitic origin of cancer. Do you see the date?
Yeah. 1891. January 15th. Yes,
J.
sir.
Collins Warren, MD.
Receipts.
They've known about this for years, for over 100 years. And then people would say, and he wrote about it like, this is not a small guy. He was like one of the chief cancer researchers.
Right.
So, there's a section that people should read Protozoa in Cancer. basically he was looking at cancer cells and cancer tumors. He was seeing protozoa in all of the tumors, which is just single-celled parasites. But anyway, the bottom line is that I could, this is what my lectures is about. But we also find that these parasites play a role in all types of illnesses, particularly you could start looking at autoimmune illnesses such as multiple sclerosis. His name is Dr. McDonald. People could look at his lectures as well. And he's shown that when he took the cerebral spinal fluid of all his patients with multiple sclerosis, when you look under a microscope, you would see parasites of MS patients. Right. So what was happening is that these parasites are embedding themselves in the cerebral spinal system, and the immune system is attacking them, but they burrow themselves into tissue. So the immune system ends up attacking the tissue, and they say that the immune system is attacking your body. But so what we do, so to answer the question, because I wanted people to understand why it's important to do anti-parasitics, is that a lot of us have these parasites in our body throughout the years, and anybody from Africa, anyone from the Caribbean, or anyone from the southern part of America knows that grandma used to give you castor oil and turpentine and different things to give you washouts. And when you do the washouts, you would see many times in children worms coming out of their body. And so if this is happening to children, bro, imagine an adult who hasn't done a washout in 50 years, how much parasitic buildup that they have.
The things that came out of my body, this quote, since when I was doing this quote unquote cleanse over the past, what was this, 2 months? You would think that I had an alien invasion, bro.
It's real.
The things that came out of me, bro, it had me messed up.
It's real. So people are asking for solutions, right? Because we want people not to have paralytic knowledge. We want you to have the fourth level of knowledge, which is what you would call kinetic knowledge. So to do a parasite cleanse, there's different ways of doing it, but our olive leaf extract kills parasites very well. And that's what we've used. Some people have only used that and have gotten results in the reversals of cancer.
And it takes care of eggs and all of this.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So olive leaf extract to me is probably one of the best herbs that exist, because not only does it kill parasites, it kills viruses, it kills bacterial infections, kills fungal infections. It lowers blood pressure. Yeah, that's just a fungus. It lowers blood pressure, and it lowers high blood sugar as well. And it also, we have studies of how it kills cancerous cells. And so that's a very all-in-one. Another thing that could kill parasites is black seed oil, Nigella sativa, that kills parasites. What else kills Artemisia annua kills parasites. Clove oil kills parasites. Green walnut can kill parasites. And some of them kill parasites in different ways in different life cycles of the parasites. But to me, papaya seeds kill parasites. Neem kills parasites. Baking soda kills parasites. Ginger and garlic kill parasites. There's different, I can give you a whole list of things naturally, and then
that's all in your book?
That's all in my book. So ivermectin kills parasites very well. Fenbendazole kills parasites. They kill them in different ways. Ivermectin kills parasites by paralyzing them. Fenbendazole kills parasites by stopping their glucose uptake. So there's different methodologies in which, and so what we do when someone presents themselves with cancer, we throw the kitchen sink at it. So I tell people, pick at least 4. So pick the olive leaf extract, and then pick other things along with it that will kill parasites as well. So I tell people, choose at least 4 different anti-parasitics, and you start seeing these results. And then step up your immune system, because that's the big deal, because your immune system is the first frontier for your health.
A fight,
Right. And that stepping up the immune system is 4 things: vitamin D, magnesium, zinc, and selenium. And then the third prong of our protocol is diet. You've got to stay away from sugar. Sugar is the main thing that feeds parasites. And cancer cells, they feed off of glucose. And so once you starve your body of those things, you starve the parasites and the cancerous cells of their main energy source. And that's why we've been successful. So it's a 3-pronged approach. And the same approach works with high blood pressure. It works with diabetes because it's all the same thing. You've got inflammation, which feeds parasites. So when you get rid of the inflammation, the main form of the inflammation, source of inflammation, is sugar.
You want to know if pills or extracts, what are the best?
Liquid is the best. Liquid extracts are the best because liquids bypass the digestion process. They go straight to absorption.
Right. And Cenopods?
Yeah, I mean, those. Yeah, so Senna is not as Senna cleans out the intestines by stimulating movement of the intestines, but it's not necessarily like magnesium oxide or magnesium citrate will cause you to have bowel movements as well, but it will not necessarily kill parasites. So Senna, I don't have too much research on Senna. It may be very anti-parasitical, but I know what Senna does is it stimulates the movement of the intestines, which causes bowel movements. But it may be anti-parasitic. I just don't have.
What are your thoughts on Cascara Sagrada? Because that was a Sabi staple back in the day.
Cascara is good too. That's good for people who have constipation, because that's a big problem. Like a lot of people in America. So I think the two biggest problems, I wouldn't have known this, but the two biggest problems that most people in America or in the industrial society have that you would not know unless you get involved in this business is not necessarily high blood pressure. It's not necessarily diabetes or cancer. It's constipation and lack of sleep. Sleep disorders.
Sleep disorders.
Sleep disorders is huge. I never knew so many people have sleep disorders until I got involved in this business, man.
Right.
And that's probably one of the biggest health issues is that people can't sleep. People aren't sleeping well, man. And if you can't sleep well, your body doesn't rebuild, it doesn't reheal. There's a whole lecture I could do on that.
Man, we got to get back to look. We hit the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, I don't really count the time and whatnot.
Yeah. No, we just chopping it up at this point.
Just chopping it up. Last time we got together was 4 hours.
Yeah, the listeners are just eavesdropping on us chopping it up.
Yeah, it's you know what I mean? We in a barber shop, just talking a bunch of people getting haircuts.
Yeah, man, we just chopping it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new year, so this is the new frequency. Don't worry about it. I'm just rolling out a New Year's directory, a New Year's program. We did the winter. We was covering a lot of stuff, dealing with a lot of things because it was a winter type of energy. But for the spring, we spring forward. As you can see, better than me saying Happy New Year's and all of that fly stuff, I'm gonna bring you a New Year's present, and that's this energy, that's this information, and the potentiality that information represents, right? What it entails, health and wealth, right? Health and wealth. That's the real come up. So, like the brother said, while the world falls apart and everything does what it does, like it's supposed to do naturally, because if we look at it through healthy terms, the world is a parasite. The whole shit is sick and it needs to be cleansed anyway. You know what I mean? So it's getting cleansed. Those white blood cells are activating, and all of that things that you see going on is just a reflection of what's going on within. Okay. So with that being said, we will continue. I will let y'all know when the next show is coming up. Please go ahead and tap in with HERUtrades.com. Also, tap in with the health websites, Herbal Results, right?
Yeah, herbalresults.net.
Herbalresults.net, right? And as you can see, the brother makes it it's not difficult. We don't need your DNA and your blood samples. We don't need you to take an oath and whatnot. You don't got to you don't have to sacrifice a goat to come chill with us. You know what I'm talking about? You know, you don't have to eat a chicken, a dead. You don't have to eat a baby chicken to get down with this and what. No, look, you would be surprised the entry levels of the shit going on outside these days. The things people got to do. You don't got to get jumped in. You know what I'm talking about? You don't got to get an initiation. You don't got to get cut on your cheek. None of those things. We don't need blood samples. Very, very low entry point. Okay, very, very low entry point. The entry point might be so low that you don't even believe it. Henceforth, why we have so many testimonies and why the receipts were given tonight. Now, with that being said, let me go and put my Cash App up because there's the best nation is definitely a donation. This was some food for thought. So let's go and eat. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go ahead and make it happen. I don't even think I'll be able to do sacrilegious Sundays only because I just want this information to marinate. You feel me? I don't even want to interrupt. I need everybody on this channel to just let this thing just settle in, and we'll get back to the conversations tomorrow, respectfully, Melanin Monday and whatnot. You know what I mean? I got some research that I'm finna go do and whatnot based off of what I learned tonight. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to my guests. Go ahead and show him some love. The love that you could show our brother is by going ahead and purchasing those products and tapping in with the program that he has laid out for the family. Okay. So with that being said, we're going to go to a word of our sponsors and we are up out of here, and we will be back tomorrow on Melanin Monday. Any last words that you want to leave them with?
No, that's it. You know, people are texting like how they can get, you know, I see some of the comments. Yeah, just go to herbalresults.net if you got health issues, if you got wealth issues, and you want, you know, some type of direction or guidance and how to, you know, plug into the website and get into trading and all of that. You can just reach out to me at herutrades.com. Other than that, man, I look forward to, you know, interfacing with your audience as we build more, and just to show and prove that we're not just talkers. Like, we have tangible things to show for our efforts, you know. So hopefully this can be inspirational for people. Never say that we're not a people who don't have anything going on, because there are some of us who've been quietly putting in work and making a difference. We just don't, you know, run our mouths all day long because we're busy building. So anytime that we are able to come on these types of platforms to share our results and also share with you the step-by-step approach, anybody who's an entrepreneur and you need to make a product and you got questions, you know, if enough people ask, I'll do a seminar. I'll do a free seminar, you know, to show you how to make a product, get a, you know, a barcode and how to get it in stores and all that. Because again, I told you all the story of the lawyer who gave me an office to work on, who taught me, he gave me a chance. And so who would I be not to extend a hand to other people? I had $10 in my bank account, and the brother didn't know me from anything, and he gave me a suit. He gave me an office to work off of, and I have to give back in that type of a way. So anybody who's looking for financial freedom, entrepreneurship and all of that, and you've got questions, man, we could even make this a regular show, maybe even once a month. Ask me anything, like, you know, hey, Heru, how did you do this? Or how did you make this product? Or, you know, what were the steps involved? And I'm very transparent. I give you step by step so you can at least replicate my results or even do better than me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure me and Redfield will caucus.
We definitely
talk about it and see how we can bring more value.
I got a lot of ideas coming through the mind right now. So I will we will be politicking, and I promise y'all are going to be very, very you're going to be the benefactors of whatever we sit down and break bread and come up with. Because once again, like you said, how you start this is how you should finish it, right? So the brother explained that he started with somebody being you know, opening up and believing in him and looking out for him. So that's literally what we are here to do, to open things up, opportunities, and to look out for our people, because how you start something is how you finish it. You feel me? We should not ever change based off of how we started and how and who. If a door got opened up for us and brought us into our mini mansions and whatnot, then we should be the ones opening up doors as well. Because I don't, you know, I don't know about the trauma bonding and what how other people got in and how they got on. That has nothing to do with this conversation. We have a different perspective of how doors opened up for us. You know,
absolutely, man. Salute to you, salute to your audience, and you know, let's increase our success, y'all, so we have something to show to our children that we actually know what we're talking about, because we're able to produce tangible benefits for them with the knowledge that we have. And so let kinetic knowledge be the order of the day. Thank you.
Super facts. No doubt, y'all. We're going to go right to the V-Cell CMOS, ladies and gentlemen, our sponsors, and then we will see you mañana. Peace, love, and light. All right?
All right.
V-Cell in my cup, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Flow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. V-Cell in my cup, I'm feeling right. Sip to the sunrise, dance to the night. From the oceans, kiss to your city lights. 21 flavors, pure health in every bite. Drip so clean, we're custom made. From reef to street, we elevate. Gold green gel, set the record straight. Nature in a bottle, that's a better way. Charge me up, no caffeine crash. Clean energy, steady splash. From skin to gut, yeah, we live from within. Wellness on 10, let the rhythm begin. Pour it up, pour it up. Feel the wave, body thanking me. Every sip, ocean wisdom in this glass. V-Cell magic, CMOS. V-Cell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Glow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. Island breeze in the city maze. We're mineral rich in 1,000 ways. Immunity high like the summer rays. Hydrate the hustle, fuel your days. Berry, mango, ginger, lime. Pick your flow, your flavor, your time. Beauty and balance we redefine. Every little sip, align your shine. Wear it up, feel the way. Body thanking me for every sip. Ocean wisdom in this glass. V-Cell magic, CMOS. V-Cell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Glow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. From the coral choir to the heartbeat drum. Roots run deep where the wild tide hum. Real ones know where the glow comes from. V-Cell in the mix now, watch us.
Can't beat us, join us, please bring your coinage. We sink 3-pointers, money shots, all net, all vets. Bumps we not, jet skiing in them sunny spots. With women edible like gummy drops. Dummy stop, dummy stop. No weapon form can intercept the storm. Once my intellect is on, I'm projecting on magnetic fields. And interact with blacks with athletic bills. I'm all about growth and development like residents of Ebbets Fields. Not to choose between woo and chew. We wanna line them colors up like a Rubik's Cube. And fade to black, yeah, the truest hue. When you say the black man is God, who you alluded to? The usual, Clarence 13X, a worthy guess. The words expressed come from the word in flesh. Elijah M, the NOI versus Leviathan. Messiah sent from the heavenly branches. 7 P's from since G-Dub cut down the cherry tree. In the wilderness of North Mex, and we flossing death and forced aggression, or forced perception, forced protection, or forced confessions. It's all a lesson.
The sorcerers from Corsica, killer tonics, sticks and drums like the Philharmonic Orchestra. You niggas still playing harmonicas from officers, fabric softener. Jive turkeys popping 5 perkies, playing with keys, the Scotch storage type. For that soft white, we could've caught life, just being forthright. First class on my 4th flight, popping out like Fortnite. Every night we lit like Porsche lights. The meek shall inherit the earth, oh yeah, they're scorched type. And these niggas, they some hoes in these streets. Me, I'm 10 toes in these streets. They lost their souls, niggas got holes in their feet. Shit, I'm just worried about the craft and how to perfect it. Not worried about the craft, yeah, that's out of perspectives. Focus on the chip like I'm Robert Kraft, and then how to protect it. It's the waves of the oceans. Get to the money, nigga, save your emotion. Descended of the slaves in the graves in the oceans. Mastermind that the waves is in motions. These niggas, they addicted to the folly, addicted to that molly. Making me a movie, them sticks made of holly. I'm Dr. Manhattan, sitting on top of Manhattan. When I get all 5 rings, snap my fingers and pop up on satin. Dressed in all black, yeah, drop top the Phantom. Blessed.